developers felt they needed to market and create their games, which is something we'll talk a lot about in this video with Hello Neighbor. But I just want you to keep in mind this post-2014 dividing line. To put it simply, this video is about Hello Neighbor's downfall, how the game embraced its worst aspects and put aside what made it unique in order to chase after this newly invigorated horror games for kids audience, putting aside gameplay for lore and making decisions in service of that new direction that are absolutely baffling. That's the TDLO, but there is so much to talk about in the details that I'm really excited to get into, from the earliest aspects of development to the expanded franchise of books, a television pilot, and even a board game. So let's get into it. To get an understanding of how Hello Neighbor fell off Plus Ratio, we have to look at who made it and what their background is. Developed by Dynamic Pixels, now Eerie Guest Studio, and published by TinyBuild, the game started development around 2013 to 2014. But before Hello Neighbor, both TinyBuild and Dynamic Pixels had worked on other projects. In Dynamic Pixels' now outdated site, they describe themselves as an independent and young at heart team of highly skilled game developers, and we create games for kids
Oh my God.
adults. The most popular games which we create are adoption games, but we like to experiment from time to time and explore other genres. And so sometimes with our keyboards, mouses, and Wacom quills, we put out something more hardcore. Their website's actually pretty nice. I like it. It has a good sense of humor. As it implies, though, they specialize in family-friendly mobile games, like Musim games, Hungry Cats, and various others as much. What matters is the name and look of these characters, bright, recognizable mascots that are the face of the game. It's something so many horror games post-FNAF are utilizing. An early example of this is something like 123 Slaughter Me Street, or less popularly My Game Alphabet Lane, Emily Wants to Play, or Bendy and the Ink Machine. But there are tons of other games more recently that utilize this. Poppy's Playtime, Andy's Apple Farm, in itself, I think, pretty clearly inspired by the Walton Files, which is in itself a FNAF-inspired series. And I think you could argue something like Baldi's Basics benefits from this, despite being closer inspired by old educational PC games. It's not that a recognizable villain is some new innovation started by FNAF, but I think there's a very clear post-FNAF genre you can cleanly fit a lot of current indie horror games into. And they take more than just the look of the characters too. The focus on complex lore and sometimes kneecapping their own stories or aesthetics in order to keep it more child-friendly. Many times this can be to their detriment, like Poppy's Playtime's lore NFTs. And I think it can be argued that modern FNAF even shifted into its own cliche that it created, leaning into the horror games for kids aspect a lot with the extra colorful, cartoonish characters in the new game. It's not always a bad thing, but it is a noticeable trend. The point is, TinyBuild clearly recognized this trend too, even sponsoring Let's Players, who are a great way to find this target demographic to play the game. They understand the potential of finding the audience that really eats up that post-FNAF, deep lore, cartoony character genre. And while leaning into that genre can be good, if your concept suffers because of it, well, that's not good. And I believe that's what we see happening with Hello Neighbor. So there you go, some background and context about the developers of the game. Now let's talk about the actual development of the game, starting with the early concept. As I said, the game started its development between 2013 and 2014. During this time, the big horror games were things like Outlast, Amnesia, Machine for Pigs, Slender: The Arrival. No FNAF just yet. So, early development of the game focused on its core idea, which was how the AI interacted with the main concept. The idea was you had to break into someone's house, stealth and puzzle solve your way into finding out what was in their basement, all the while this neighbor is in the house. And the big selling point of this is how the AI worked with that. If he didn't know you were in the house, he would act as a regular person would living in their house. Watch TV, take a shower, get some food in the kitchen. However, if you knock something over or break a window, he'll notice something is amiss in his house and he'll start hunting for the intruder. And if he catches you, he doesn't just kill you. He kicks you out of the house, and each time you come back, he learns about how you got in the last time. So if you get in through the front door, that door will be locked. Break through a window, that'll be boarded up. Use this hallway too much, he'll set traps, cameras, you name it. The game gets harder the more times you fail because he learns your MO. There's a really cool video they have explaining it. It's a really cool concept and a pretty big undertaking for a dev team that was mostly used to making mobile arcade games. And even early on, this concept showed great potential. Honestly, this 2014 proof of concept video not only shows their pretty strong focus on this idea, but It was more tense to watch than playing Alpha 4, which we'll get into. You can tell that this game had something really interesting going for it. The tense chase scenes, the feeling of stress as you try to do everything as quickly and carefully as possible. Not to go on too long a tangent, but I think this concept is really effective for me personally for a specific reason. Some of the first spooky games I ever played were the Nancy Drew Her Interactive games. Something about their style is still a huge inspiration for me. One of the first real scares I ever remember getting from a game was Ghost Dogs in Moon Lake. The first night Nancy Drew stays at the lakeside cabin where the game takes place, the dogs appear and jump at the windows. It terrified young Sagan. One of the first jump scares I ever experienced, I guess you could say. But even more tense for me was in the Nancy Drew game Message in a Haunted Mansion. While there are plenty of jump scares and spooky happenings to be found in this game, the scariest for me was nothing supernatural. See, there are multiple residents of this haunted mansion, and as you investigate who may be behind the strange happenings going on, sometimes you have to do a little snooping. You keep track of each resident's schedule, and when they're away, you can explore their room, but only for a specific window of time. And if you're caught in their room when they get back, well, honestly, nothing that scary even happens, you just have to go to your last save point. But something about that tension of snooping around someone else's space with the threat of them finding you looming is really effective for me. And Hello Neighbor cranks that up to 11 by having the person actually wandering around in the house with you, and him possibly being a murderer or kidnapper or something. And I should probably mention, the game being cartoony was not a later change made in an attempt to appeal to the post-FNAF child audience. It actually has had a fairly strong visual style since the very beginning. And early on, it actually set it apart, in my opinion. It had this dark, Tim Burton-esque style that set it apart from the asset store look of a lot of horror games that took place in a house. As the game continued, they definitely leaned into the cartoony aesthetic a little too much, in my opinion, but early on, this style really helped build a unique identity for the game. The point is, Dynamic Pixels had a strong concept, a strong direction, a unique art style, and overall, the great beginnings of a game with Hello Neighbor. And in September of 2016, the pre-alpha was released to the public, with Alpha 1 following in October. By 2016, the power of Let's Players was no secret. For indie developers, more than getting an IGN article about your game or even a trailer with 1 million views, the big stepping stone to get a successful game was getting a Let's Player to play the game. Trust me, I know.
A little bit quiet here.
And Dynamic Pixels knew too. So, much like Happy's Humble Burger Farm would do years later, Dynamic Pixels reached out to a bunch of Let's Players and basically said, hey, check out our game. You don't have to like it, but just check it out. And a lot of people did. And it worked. So let's talk about what games those Let's Players played. The versions before the final release, the calm before the storm, the alphas. Let's start with the pre-alpha, as that's the first publicly available version of the game, to my knowledge. But to be fair, it really is just a less polished version of Alpha 1. There's less to do, and the sounds are not great, but it shows promise in the premise of the game. It has an opening that perfectly piques your interests, but keeps it simple. The neighbor's door is open, so you walk inside, see a red light coming from the basement. Before you can enter, the neighbor catches you and kicks you out. Now the basement is locked. That's all you need. The player's interest is piqued, they know the motivation, perfect. But when you finally get into the basement, it's, well, unfinished. One interesting thing here to note, though, is that there is a bunch of strange secrets or lore bits that when you connect them all together, mean nothing. The developers confirmed that all the weird pieces they left here were just smoking guns. And honestly, I like that. Not to say that complex lore is inherently bad, but if the main gameplay is strong, having those little pieces be open to interpretation, but not interrupt part of the game that counts, the gameplay, it can add an extra layer to the game. But by Alpha 1, Dynamic Pixels would already begin laying the groundwork for the main storyline of Hello Neighbor. So let's move on to Alpha 1. The alpha starts with a nice little intro sequence. It doesn't do as good a job at effectively pointing the player directly to the basement as the pre-alpha's opening, but it is a good calm mood setter that also helps you understand the mechanics of the game, and a little cutscene at the very least lets you know that the neighbor is suspicious. Although later you do see a little cutscene that helps you give more direction towards the basement, I just don't think it's as concise as the pre-alpha. Now, this alpha is far from perfect. Its physics are very glitchy, the neighbor's AI is finicky, I literally glitched him right out of the gate, and the platforming sucks. Unfortunate foreshadowing for the future of the series. However, this is the best version of the game, hands down. Honestly, this and the pre-alpha are the only games that actually feel like a breaking and entering game, and I think there are a couple reasons for this. The house is small and claustrophobic. It really feels like the neighbor could be around any corner, like you're constantly just dodging and hiding, snooping around this guy's house. The house in this version is also built with the neighbor in mind, so he's an actual threat. His AI is good at cutting you off and is more adept at the layout of the house than you, which makes sense. This is his house. His trap setting is also pretty effective and makes you think about how to best approach each new attempt. The movement and picking up items feels snappy and smooth, except for the platforming, of course. The sound design, music, general atmosphere is great. It's tense and spooky, but it doesn't take itself too seriously. The neighbor actually has an animation for when he catches you, which can't be said for all of the versions. The art style, while obviously cartoony, is still cohesive and not so absurd that it takes the tension out of the game. Again, it feels very Tim Burton adjacent. And the final ending of getting caught and being buried alive is a perfect way to keep the mystery alive. If you're interested in the game's premise at all, this is where you should start and end, in my opinion. This is as good as it gets, and it was the peak of the series. Because even as soon as we get to Alpha 2, things start getting less fun. First thing you'll notice about this is that there's a lot more to this opening than the previous one. Your character has an actual model with hands, and after you move in, there's this whole, scripted sequence inside. And I'll be honest, I'm not a fan. It feels like more production value they tried to add with this one, the more imperfections started showing through. The actual scripted breaking and entering sequence feels way less natural and uninteresting than actually just trying to get in yourself, and overall just felt odd. And with the addition of an actual player model, a lot of the snappiness of the movement and picking up items is gone. You have to hold down the button to pick things up just slightly too long, and the hand in the center of your screen is honestly a little distracting. The movement also feels even more janky. I think it would have been better off if they just stopped trying to make it look AAA. The house itself is also just a lot less interesting. It doesn't feel that intriguing to explore or sneak around, and a lot of the stylization that they went with makes things look way too over the top to really feel tense. Everything just feels off at this point. Much like the first alpha, the platforming is still terrible, and in general, it just feels less captivating. It's not to say it's without merit or it was a terrible experience. I actually didn't mind the puzzles in this one, but to me, it just feels like a less good version of the first alpha, like a failed attempt at improving something that really just needed to have some bug fixes and maybe a few more puzzles and places to explore to make the game longer. And the ending. Well, you get into the basement and then just sort of run around before it cuts to a title card. It just doesn't feel as interesting or effective as the first alpha's ending. I know they were just trying to tease everyone by going, hey look, you get into the basement, what's next? But it just feels a little abrupt and strange. So this alpha wasn't terrible, but I'd still suggest playing Alpha 1 over this any day. I've actually gone back to Alpha 1 because it's just actually fun to play. I have no such want for Alpha 2. And definitely not for Alpha 3. Here's where things start really falling apart, and it starts with this house. It is giant, and on the surface that might seem more interesting. More puzzles, more places to explore, more places to run and get into chases. Unfortunately, that is not what happens. Problem number one with this house is that the neighbor's AI is just not up to snuff for it. There are tons of areas the neighbor just can't get to, so it removes a lot of the tension. It also means that in general, the neighbor has been nerfed. His traps and his ability to actually make you think critically has been significantly destroyed. He really doesn't feel like a threat anymore, which seems to be a direct result of the house being made so much bigger. He'd just be too difficult to get around if he wasn't significantly kneecapped. But that just makes him an annoyance and not really scary. And I think his lack of a real jump scare, instead replacing it with him just sort of sitting there for 1 second before you're teleported back to your house, also removes some of the fear factor. I have no earthly idea why they removed a caught animation for this, but it really just makes things seem a lot less polished. The only thing really more annoying than the neighbor in this game is, yes, the platforming. One of the things the house's newfound size came with was the addition of a lot more platforming and building. This game is not Minecraft, this game is not Fortnite. All of the stacking of boxes and jumping is some of the most infuriating, floaty, terrible execution of these concepts I've ever played. It's actually baffling why they decided to embrace the platforming and building aspects in this game, despite being the worst parts of previous versions. And if you thought the previous versions were glitchy, you haven't seen anything yet. Every time I got caught on a bear trap, he'd catch me and then glitch teleport me out of the bear trap. I don't even know what was happening. It's another reason that the game is not scary and the neighbor doesn't really feel like a threat. He's just so easily glitched and there's really little to no consequence to getting caught, not even a momentary jolt. They also removed the day and night cycle that was present in Alpha 1. In Alpha 2 it was just constant daytime. The eternal night that's in Alpha 3 just sucks. It doesn't make it scarier, it just feels infuriating. It's hard to see things, and with how much bigger things are now to explore, it just feels aimless. And that's a combination of the darkness, the lack of a threat, and the size of the house. It really feels like there's no progression. You're just sort of wandering, and despite knowing that at some point I'd make it to the basement, I just felt like I didn't really have a lot of motivation, which is something you need a lot of to make it through the drudgery that is this game. Falling, seeing the walls, constantly getting reset back inside the house, your boxes falling over, god damn it, and even the simplest mistake can ruin your run. Like here, I jumped over this incredibly annoying gap and got the key. I accidentally let go of the magnet too soon, and whoop, there it goes. I tried for like 20 minutes getting it back. It was just going down. Soft locked and misclicked. In general, it's just a way less polished, less interesting, less scary version of Alpha 2. By the end, I was soft locked with a glitched neighbor who couldn't get himself out of a wall. Okay, the last alpha before the final game. There were betas after this, but really they're just slight variations of this with different levels of bugs or bug fixes. So we'll just be talking about it. Oh boy. What can I even say about this one? Well, it's not Endless Night at least, but it is by far the most aimless, unpolished, and least fun version of this game to play. The neighbor doesn't really do anything. Remember the point when this game was about like a stealth horror game where you had to hide from a really intelligent AI who tries to block your path and learn from you? Because now the neighbor just walks in a slow circle in his yard. The art and style is not only less cohesive, but in general everything is less polished. Random models poking through walls, missing textures, and yet somehow it runs the worst out of all of them.
Yeah.
Knowing Unreal Engine, it's clearly just optimization issues with how many objects they have in the game. The game honestly feels like a Roblox game, and a bad one at that. I've had more fun on Roblox playing like Southwest Florida, Arsenal, or fucking work at a pizza place. I feel like Kevin MacLeod music should be playing. They also began focusing more on the lore of the game by adding these nightmare sequences that would happen sometimes when you get caught. And I swear, I don't want to relate everything this game does to FNAF, but I think it's an important part of understanding the landscape this game existed in. FNAF 2's death minigames were in many ways a groundbreaking way of storytelling. They were surprising when you first got one, and felt uneasy to play, and the vibe of the Atari style fit with the 80s retro aesthetic of the game. Hello Neighbor tries to pull something off like this with the weird surreal nightmare sections, but they end up just being unpolished and shallow. It is legitimately wild comparing this game to the first version of the alpha. How much better the game feels to play, how much scarier it is, how much more polished it is. Sure, there are some glitches, but nothing like this. Honestly, I feel like even the pre-alpha was a better experience than this. It just is insane to me how different these games feel. But this strange development cycle would eventually come to an end, and in December of 2017, Hello Neighbor's commercial release would hit stores at around $30. What the?
Oh shit! What the fuck?
Really?
Whoa! What?
Oh god! What the fuck? He's just clipping through everything. Jesus!
No. $30. The game was painfully unoptimized, although looking at the alphas, that's not really a surprise. But at least the alphas were free. Okay, here's the thing. The game is broken into 3 acts. Well, it's probably closer to 4, and the general opinion is the game gets worse with each act. The game has you play as Nikki Roth, who in Act 1 is a teenager. After hearing a commotion inside your neighbor's house and seeing him mysteriously lock up the basement, you're set on the game's classic path, solving insane puzzles and platforming around with poorly designed character movement. However, this act is generally the strongest act. It takes place in a much smaller house, and it feels a little closer to the original concept than the later acts. Still, it's unoptimized and feels more like an alpha of a game than a finished game. At the end, you enter the basement and see what appears to be the living space of the neighbor's victim. And then you have this little chase scene with the neighbor and are caught after reaching a locked door. In Act 2, your character must escape the basement. After escaping, you realize that the whole house has expanded. Here we are, the giant house yet again. You must solve more wild puzzles and platforming to escape, with you can take multiple routes to do. Act 3 picks up with Nicky Roth as an adult, moving back to his hometown the first 2 acts took place in. The neighbor's house is nothing more than a few broken walls at this point. But after falling asleep, you wake up to find the neighbor's house is back, and must complete more nonsensical puzzles, frustrating platforming, and completing strange fear rooms to once again enter the basement. After navigating the basement, you find yourself in what is essentially Act 4. Here, you see that the neighbor is now giant and have to do more platforming to get into the house on his back. Once inside, you enter a final boss fight where you slowly grow as you protect your younger self from a giant shadow monster. And then finally, the game ends revealing that Act 3 and 4 of the game was all a dream. The issues of the previous versions were honed in on in the commercial release. Nonsensical puzzles, a lack of a feeling of progression, and hooray! More platforming and building. And just like the later alphas, the aspect of stealth was really put to the side, with the neighbor not really being that big of a threat. When it comes to the lore aspects of the game, it feels pretty shallow, or maybe unnecessarily vague. Lots of symbolism and wacky environments. It's yet another example of the post-FNAF indie horror trying to focus too hard on getting a game theory video made about itself instead of how good the game actually feels to play. And we'll get into that game theory point in a second. All of this forced deepness in the game really is a detriment, especially when it comes at the cost of the game's quality. If the game had stayed small and focused on improving the stealth and the AI of the character, then maybe they could have thrown in some Easter eggs or some spooky secrets that you can find in some of the rooms. The game would have been more fun to play. Bigger isn't always better. But instead, in an attempt to increase the scale of the game, both physically and story-wise, we just have a clunky mess. Honestly, here's the thing. After reading through an interpretation of the supposed plot of the game to get an understanding of what any of it means, including some of the stuff that was revealed in subsequent sequels, which we'll get to, I just felt underwhelmed. It's not a terrible idea, but to get all of that story, you need to go through the unoptimized mess that is Hello Neighbor. It just doesn't feel worth it. Look, in the end, the game embraced its worst aspects in an attempt to create this convoluted story and increase the scale on the game when it really didn't need that. It tried harder and harder to appeal to this lore-heavy horror games for kids market when the concept just didn't fit. I think objectively, Alpha 1 is leagues more fun, scary, and actually playable than any version that came after it. It feels a little odd to make this section about the actual game so short, but the truth is, many of the problems I have with the game I've already touched on with the other alphas. A lot of people caught on pretty early that the direction of the game was going was a bad one. A lot of people just abandoned the series altogether. Markiplier, one of the biggest Let's Players to bring eyes to the game in the early days, never even played the full version, quitting after the first beta saying this.
There's a lot more stuff. But I can't honestly say that the stuff is better. And that's the one thing that I'll say about it, because if I'm expecting as the game develops, it's going to get like more logical and sensible, and you know, it just seems even more nonsensical than it was before. So there's a lot more, but it's less refined, you know what I mean?
Couldn't have said it better myself, but that wasn't the end. You may think after a flop like that, the fans would have been disappointed and the game would have fell off plus ratio. And it's true in one sense that the game was no longer at its peak popularity, and a lot of people were disappointed with the final product. But those were mostly older teenagers and adults, you know, people with more developed brains. But that wasn't the target audience. After all, this is one of those horror games for kids games. So that close fan base of children would stick with it because, hey look, it's got bright colors and it's got lore and look how spooky. Okay, sorry, I don't want to talk down to anybody who actually enjoyed the final Hello Neighbor release. I'm glad you found a piece of media that you enjoyed. But from an outsider perspective, it's pretty clear to tell the tiny build.
I want to start this recording off by saying I know what was causing the quote-unquote glitch of me returning back to my base. It was me accidentally binding the escape key to the debug teleport to base option, which is really smart of me, can you tell? So now, let's see, I go over here, I press escape, I'm normal. I'm literally so fucking normal.
Well, if nothing else, now we know that our strategy of having the phone and no cameraman is the strategy for the levels, because it's the same time of day too. So we've done some good experimenting. Code Veronica, we're moving on. Isn't that crazy?
I wonder where Kerfur is. Oh. Got scared for a second. There we go. Perfect. It is so fucking dark with all this blood. And I don't mean dark like scary, I mean dark like I cannot see. I may or may not need to clean all this up. There's Kerfur. I don't know what that green thing is. You'll be fine. There we are. Oh, Kerfer. Oh god, I forgot I did that. Oh god damn it. What the fuck? Ugh. Oh my god. I've never seen that one before. I'm so glad I'm recording. Alt tabs to make sure recording. Yeah, I'm recording. Holy shit. That just happened.
Ranging from the cool and unlikely to the jarring and extremely disturbing. An example of this is this image that was allegedly found in a photo album at a Goodwill in Washington.
Hang on.
The image originally started gaining attention in the online forum Reddit when it was uploaded by a woman who claimed that it was originally posted on a
Too
true crime
loud.
Facebook group. chance to find a picture like this in a SIM card, it turns out that the occurrence of these coincidences is actually pretty common. In JC's TikTok, several people jumped in the comments to talk about the time something similar had happened to them. One user commented, "One time my grandma found a wedding album at the thrift store, and it had pics of me and my mom because we attended." Another user commented, "I work at a thrift store. I found a ripped up old Christmas photo of my aunt's family on a shelf in a pile one day. They don't live in the same town." The further I went down the rabbit hole, the more disturbing the thrift shop finds seemed to get, with some of them being incredibly creepy. In September 2023, Goodwill employees at a store in Goodyear, Arizona were sorting through a donations box when they came across a real human skull. After reporting the incident to the police, an investigation was launched to determine if it was a part of some sort of crime. Fortunately, police determined that the person had died of natural causes. Though this obviously doesn't explain how the skull even got into the donations box, and the investigation is still ongoing. Creepy thrift store finds have become increasingly popular since the birth of online forums, and it's likely that many of the mysteries surrounding these strange and often terrifying pictures and objects will never be solved. UVB-76. Since the 1970s, a Russian shortwave radio station has been broadcasting on the frequencies 4625 and 4810 kHz. The station is still active, and depending on where you are in the world, you can still tune in to listen. For over 50 years, the station has been broadcasting a short, monotonous buzz that plays for 24 hours a day at about 25 tones per minute. This is what it sounds like. Before 2010, the physical station was located in a bunker in the town of Pavrovo near Moscow. But one day in 2010, the station went silent for about a day, and when it reappeared, the broadcast was coming from a different location in St. Petersburg. After September 2010, the call sign of the radio station also changed from UVB-76 to MDZHB. Since then, the call sign has been changed multiple times, and as of 2019, ANVF is the most commonly used call sign for the station. Much of what we know about what the original station in Pavrovo looked like is thanks to the testimony and images that was uploaded to different blogs and websites by several users who visited the station after it was abandoned. In 2011, a blogger who goes by the name of WASD uploaded hundreds of pictures to his blog from his trip to where the UVB-76 station used to be housed. After visiting, he said, "It is worth mentioning that the bunker is a quiet and deserted dark place, somewhat similar to a labyrinth with a bunch of corridors and rooms. It's better not to go there without a flashlight because there's absolutely nothing to light there. It's completely dark." As of today, the original station has been out of order for years. The buzz that can be heard in the broadcast is pretty unsettling in itself, and this is part of the reason why UVB-76 has become an extremely popular internet rabbit hole. At certain points during the broadcast, the buzz breaks up, and a male Russian voice can be heard reciting encoded messages in the form of numbers and letters. Another detail that has caught the attention of listeners is that the frequency at which the voice can be heard reciting the encoded messages is not regular at all. This is what it would sound like.
There it is. Okay. I'm not very smart. I probably should have said I'm looking for Juliet.
When the station was first launched, the voice only interrupted the constant buzzing once every few months. But ever since the station was moved, it's been heard with increasing frequency. Strangely, the voice has also been heard in the days leading up to important international events, such as when Russia annexed Crimea in 2014. This has caused many people to speculate about the purpose of UVB-76, with many people thinking that it's been used since its creation for spy communications. Others suggest it may be a counterattack measure for nuclear war, but after looking around on various Russian websites and forums, I was able to find a much more likely theory. In several Russian forums, it's common to find discussions on UVB-76 in which ex-military members debunk the myths that have circulated around the station for decades. Those familiar with the Russian military have explained that because the codes are constantly being changed, recycled, and transformed, it's pretty much impossible to know what exactly is being said on the station without the key. But far from being used to send messages to spies, the most likely possibility is that the voice messages are being used for Russian military drills and other basic military activities. From what I was able to find, the purpose of the continuous noise is just to stop others from broadcasting over the same frequency. Ultimately, there are hundreds of other radio stations around the world with a signature placeholder to prevent others from broadcasting on that frequency. And although this has given rise to one of the most popular internet mysteries of the decade, the reality behind UVB-76 is probably a lot less dark and mysterious than many people seem to think. The disappearance of Dublin, Wisconsin. If you've ever gone digging around for internet rabbit holes, you might have heard of a town called Dublin, Wisconsin. If the name sounds unfamiliar, Dublin is described by users in online forums and groups as a small town in Wisconsin that housed hundreds of military families in the previous century. And it's often mentioned that the town was made for the sole purpose of building Project Sanguine. Project Sanguine was a US Navy project proposed in 1968 to improve communications with submerged submarines using extremely low-frequency radio waves. The initially proposed system for Project Sanguine, which was meant to survive a full-fledged nuclear attack, would have required a giant antenna consisting of 6,000 miles of buried cables in a rectangular grid covering 2/5 of the state of Wisconsin. Although this system was never implemented because of protests from residents of neighboring towns, several sources claim that a smaller, modified system was built in Dublin in the 70s. At first, the story of Dublin might not sound like anything out of the ordinary, except for one detail. It's long been believed that at some point in the 1990s, the entire town of Dublin, Wisconsin somehow disappeared off the face of the earth. Strangely, Dublin doesn't appear on any maps, and if you look up information on the town today, you won't find any official reports about its history, which is incredibly strange considering that over the years, a huge number of internet users have claimed to have relatives who used to live in the town. For example, a user named Jamie Evanoff posted the following account of a rural town on Reddit. I just learned of all the noise surrounding Dublin, and I think I can add some insight. Dublin was a small town in Wisconsin that housed a lot of military families. My father lived there for a year or two and spoke of it occasionally. The main thing I remember is that it had to do with Project Sanguine in the early 60s. I don't think it was X-Files type stuff, but the town was destroyed after an incident. I thought they were digging up a ton of land for something and they flooded the town or something, but this is a rehashed secondhand memory from years ago. In several online forums, websites, and groups, people have also uploaded pictures of shirts, mugs, and other souvenirs from the town. One particular post on the obscure Urban Legends Wikia page even features a photo that was supposedly recovered from Dublin, Wisconsin. The image in question shows a middle-aged waiter sitting next to a young woman who puts her arm around him as they both smile at the camera. On the right-hand side, a young kid can also be seen sitting across the table from them. Although the image has been reposted in many online forums and groups, there seems to be no evidence at all that suggests the picture was actually taken at a restaurant in the allegedly vanished town. In the past decade, many people have also reported a digital ghost trace of Dublin in the form of Google search autocorrect and recommended search options suggesting the term Dublin, Wisconsin. But mysteriously, the suggestion doesn't lead the user anywhere in particular, which is added to the mystery surrounding the town. Throughout these past 2 decades, reports of vanished towns have been pretty common in the online mystery and horror community, but there's one thing in particular that makes Dublin stand out from other urban legends of towns that have disappeared off the face of the earth. Some of the most notorious vanished towns have been found to be part of different alternate reality games, or even online publicity campaigns for movies and video games. But from my research, nothing like this can be linked to Dublin, Wisconsin, and everything seems to indicate that this town never actually existed. The earliest mention I was able to find of the town was in a 2015 Tumblr post, in which a user asked if anyone had ever heard of the small rural town of Dublin, Wisconsin, after which the OP discussed the main theories behind the phenomenon of the alleged vanished town. One of the more far-fetched theories that has gained traction in online forums is that Dublin did exist back in the day, but a freak accident that occurred during Project Sanguine somehow shifted the entire town into another dimension, or we shifted into a reality where the town never existed. Obviously, this is a bit of a stretch, but a more down-to-earth theory is that something did happen during Project Sanguine that turned the entire town of Dublin into an uninhabitable wasteland, forcing the military to cover up their mistake by evacuating the families that lived there and destroying the entire town. Many users seem to favor this theory, but the fact that most accounts of the town's existence have come from online users and not from people who actually live there or from residents of neighboring towns suggests that the whole thing might be an example of mass delusion, which brings us to a more realistic and widely accepted theory. Although it's unlikely that a large number of users met in secret and agreed to spread lies about the town across various online platforms just to mess with people, it is possible that Dublin, Wisconsin is an example of what social psychologists call the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect describes an eerie phenomenon whereby a large number of people collectively misremember events, historical facts, and other famous pop culture moments, such as when people misremember Ilsa Lund's line from Casablanca as "Play it again, Sam." In the movie, the real line is "Play it once, Sam," but many people swear they remember it differently. With all the memorabilia of Dublin that has emerged online in the past decade, it's possible that certain residents of Wisconsin associated the name of the town with another town they had visited, which could have led to the mass confusion that became apparent in various online forums. The Google recommended search and autocorrect bug that is still active today could simply be the result of thousands of people worldwide searching for the town, bumping up the importance of the town's name in the algorithm, which could also explain the emergence of souvenirs from Dublin. As often happens when new trends take over the internet, the rise of memorabilia from the fictitious town was most likely an attempt to make a few dollars by people who use bots to find trending topics in forums and automatically generate merchandise related to them. Although this seems to be the most likely theory, the Dublin, Wisconsin phenomenon is extremely odd and has no clear conclusion on whether or not it actually ever existed, which has contributed to its status as one of the most mysterious rabbit holes of the decade. Gas mask. On the 19th of September 2017, an anonymous 4chan user posted a picture of a gas mask, 2 bottles of vinegar, and a jug of bleach, captioned, "About to test out this gas mask." While some brushed it off, thinking that the OP was just messing around, a few showed genuine curiosity and egged on the OP to continue his experiment. Okay, post results if you live. You're in discomfort after spotting a drone hovering outside her window. The caption saying, "This drone literally came outside my window and chilled there for a while. This can't be legal, right?" However, before anyone could extract more information from the OP, he disappeared from the thread, leaving everyone wondering about his creepy behavior. Some users speculated that the entire post was fake, pointing out that the lights visible in the original image were missing from the Instagram story. However, a closer examination of the original photo reveals that the OP wasn't lying. If you examine the image carefully, you can see the drone reflected in the window. So, it looks to be real. Unfortunately, that's where the trail ends. I was unable to track down the girl in the photo or the original Instagram story she shared. Hopefully, she was able to take legal action against this 4chan stalker. Sheep Killer Mystery. On the 28th of January 2021, a user on 4chan's paranormal board made a lengthy post titled Mystery Sheep Killer. OP explained that he lived on a farm in rural Denmark, surrounded by animals, mostly sheep. One early morning, around 5 a.m., he heard an unearthly scream. It was so unsettling that he struggled to describe it. A second scream followed shortly after. But living next to a forest, strange animal noises weren't uncommon. So he brushed it off and went back to sleep. And sure enough, everything seemed fairly normal the next morning. However, 2 days later, something happened that shook him to his core. While heading to his college, the OP spotted his dad dragging a sheep carcass through the backyard. Now, deaths on the OP's farm weren't unusual, but this was different, and his dad admitted he'd never seen anything like it before. The left side of the sheep's face was entirely gone, stripped clean to the bone. Whatever attacked it had devoured the entire side of its face, including its tongue. Upon closer inspection, OP found no signs of a struggle. No claw marks, no torn wool, just a few bird feathers near the carcass. Some users on 4chan speculated that it might be a fox or another predator, but the evidence didn't line up. It's highly unusual for any predator to target a prey's face so precisely while leaving the rest of the body untouched. A few people also speculated that maybe the sheep was killed by some crazy person on drugs, which would explain the almost precise cut. The claim that made the most sense, however, was that the sheep died of some natural cause and was later eaten by a bird. And while this theory explained the random feathers on the body, it failed to account for the multiple screams OP heard a few days before. Unfortunately, with no evidence to go on, the case went cold for several weeks. That was until March 30th, when OP posted another update, and things took an even darker turn. A couple of weeks later, after his first post, things got even worse for OP. One night, he heard strange noises coming from the kitchen. When he went to check, his cat was freaking out, staring out the window like it had seen something terrifying. Later that night, he heard this same blood-curdling scream again. And the next morning, his worst fear came true. Another sheep had been killed in the exact same brutal way. Sadly, he hasn't posted any updates since March of 2021. And without more evidence and clues, it's unlikely we'll ever find out what really happened. Glowing blue syringe. On December 11th, 2012, an anonymous user posted a photo of a syringe filled with glowing liquid, asking fellow users which part of his body he should inject it into. When one user asked for a timestamp to prove that this was real, the OP complied almost immediately. This demonstrated that he was willing to follow whatever instructions other users gave him. However, no one anticipated that he would actually go through with his promise. But when one user replied with wrist to his question, OP replied with a picture of him injecting the mystery fluid into a vein. And while others were still processing what they had just witnessed, the OP returned to the thread and posted pictures of his veins glowing in the same color, simply saying, "Veins glowing." However, before others had a chance to question OP about what this fluorescent liquid was, he stopped posting on the thread. Now, after a closer look, most users came to the conclusion that the OP extracted this mysterious liquid from a glow stick. If this was true, it would explain his mysterious disappearance. Glow stick liquid is extremely toxic and can lead to fatal heart issues if injected into the body. In other words, the reason OP stopped replying was likely because he was either hospitalized or had already died from the consequences of his idiotic actions. And when no updates came, even months after the original thread, most users assumed the worst, that he had in fact passed away. However, this theory has two significant flaws.
I hate a moral coward, one who lacks the manly spark. I just detest a man afraid to go home in the dark. I always spend my evenings where there's woman, wine, and song. But like a man, I always bring my little wife along. I'm a member of the midnight crew. I'm a night owl and a wise bird too. Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same old song. Rise with the moon, go to bed with the sun. Early to bed and you'll miss all the fun. Bring your wife in trouble, it will never trouble you. Make her a member of the midnight crew. The fun it doesn't stop till 12 on happy old Broadway. So what's the use of going home until the break of day? Now
Include revealing information on alleged UFO sightings, the JFK assassination, chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, and top secret aircraft that the government does not reveal to the general public. Over the past 3 decades, John has taken those millions of pages of previously classified information and housed them in a well-known online archive known as the Black Vault. Upon entering the website, you'll be greeted with a massive repository of all kinds of documents and case files presented in a pretty straightforward and no-nonsense fashion. One of the things that makes the Black Vault stand out is that it doesn't present any of the information contained in official documents as true, and the language used in the case descriptions doesn't give off any conspiracy theory vibes at all. The site simply lays out all the information from the documents that John and his team have acquired from the government in the most objective way possible. All interpretations are left to the discretion of the viewer, which has contributed to the site's unshakable credibility over the years. This straightforward and genuine type of presentation is almost what makes the site disturbing in its own type of way. For example, one of the stories I found talks about a series of alleged UFO photographs taken back in the 60s by a man named Paul Villa, which somehow ended up in the National Archives collection for the Goddard Space Flight Center. Paul Villa was a guy who claimed aliens communicated with him telepathically since he was a kid, and that they once guided him to a location near Peralta, New Mexico, where he took pictures of a flying saucer. As per his claims, Paul Villa allegedly saw the flying saucer levitating his truck and interacting with its environment in impossible ways. Although the claims made by Paul Villa and the authenticity of the photographs are questionable at best, the Black Vault never claims that the story is true. Instead, it simply lays out the fact that the photographs somehow ended up in the National Archives collection, and it's clearly stated that the photographs were simply included on the site for reference purposes. One of the other recent stories on the homepage that caught my attention listed all the documented incidents in which the White House dog has bitten a Secret Service agent. As per the official government documents, an incident occurred on June 15, 2023 when an agent was bitten by Commander, the White House dog. Because the agent spilled a lot of blood on the floor of the east wing of the White House due to the dog bite, public tours had to be delayed for about 20 minutes while the cleanup staff took care of the mess. John Greenwald claims there was a video of the incident, but the White House refused to release it after he requested it, leading to an appeal being filed in February 2024. Disturbingly, there have been dozens of pretty severe incidents over the years involving dog bites at the White House. Although it's easy to be skeptical about some of the cases in the Black Vault archives, one thing that John Greenwald has revealed through his research is that UFOs are one of the most highly classified topics for government agencies, including the CIA, FBI, Pentagon, Air Force, Army, Navy, NSA, and DIA. Thanks to his constant efforts, people from all over the world are able to find revealing information on all kinds of incidents and cases, some of which have been revealed to be eerily disturbing in nature.
Is this just because I'm high, or is that an actual creature?
If you were using the internet around 2006 and had the misfortune of accidentally visiting a website named Goggle.com in an attempt to search for Google.com, you're probably familiar with the infamous virus that destroyed thousands of computers in the early 2000s and became an urban internet legend. Because so much of the information on Goggle.com has been wiped off the face of the internet, researching the history of the website has proved to be pretty challenging. Even the Wayback Machine has Goggle.com blacklisted from being archived on its database, which makes it a little hard to trace its origin. However, there still is enough information out there to shed some light on the rise and fall of Goggle.com, one of the most destructive viruses in early internet history. The domain Goggle.com was registered on Valentine's Day 1998. For around 6 years, the website remains pretty much inactive until in 2004, some sporadic reports of the website containing dangerous malware started to spread online. Interestingly, none of the public website archives out there have any information on Goggle.com existing prior to 2004, and a lot of them have even blocked the domain altogether, making it almost impossible for us to know what the site looked like from 1998 to 2004.
Is that an
But
egg?
out of all the possibilities, the most logical
fuck?
one is that Goggle.com started out as a legitimate website in 1998 and was bought out and used as a typo squatting website in 2004. Typo squatting is the practice of buying a domain with a similar name to a well-known website, expecting to receive traffic from people looking for a certain keyword and accidentally
It's an
misspelling
egg.
it. In this case, people searching for Google.com who accidentally typed Goggle.com would land on the website. Goggle.com was coded and designed so that as soon as a user landed on it, the user's computer would be flooded with pop-up ads and legitimate-looking Windows warning banners. When the users tried to close the windows, hundreds more would pop up until the computer crashed, permanently damaging the system. As you can probably guess, the warning windows were completely fake and were just browser windows that translated a user's click into an OK for installing malware. Basically, if you had the misfortune of visiting Goggle.com, you might as well have said goodbye to your computer. The site was designed to destroy the user's computer by pushing the viewer to inadvertently allow files to be downloaded to their hard drive, and by the time they realized what was going on, it was too late. Similar things happened on dozens of other websites, including MySpace in 2006, where users were shown a banner ad that, if clicked, would flood the user's computer with spyware. One of the things that made Goggle.com so deadly is that it pushed users to accidentally download
Something confidential, whisper not above the breath. I once went home at 2 a.m. and scared my wife to death. I'm a member of the midnight crew. I'm a night owl and a wise bird too. Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same old song. Rise with the moon, go to bed with the sun. I'll lead to bed and you'll miss all the fun. Bring your wife in trouble, it will never trouble you. Make her a member of the midnight crew. I never shall forget the night I made 6 rabbit run. Although I didn't have a knife, a blackjack or a gun, I proved myself a hero of a very high degree. I ran for home and 6 of them were running after me. I'm a member of the midnight crew. I'm a night owl and a wise bird too. Home with the milk in the morning, singing the same old song. Rise with the moon, go to bed with the sun. I'll lead to bed and you'll miss all the fun. Bring your wife in trouble, it will never trouble you. Make her a member of the midnight crew.
and her parents. But then, a few minutes later, 4 men with guns barged into their home and started telling Elliot to go outside. These men were also wearing outfits similar to those of the Filipino police, likely in hopes of making Elliot more cooperative. Elliot, however, saw through their disguise and tried to run away. Unfortunately, that's when things went from bad to worse. One of them opened fire and ended up shooting Elliot twice, once in the leg and once in the abdomen. They then dragged him onto the speedboat they had docked near their home and sped off into the darkness. This was the last time anyone saw Elliot alive. By the time the police launched a search and rescue mission, the kidnapper's boat was nowhere to be found. The investigation then went on for nearly a month until the 12th of November. But when the police eventually located the kidnappers, they were forced into a shootout, resulting in 3 of the 4 culprits losing their lives. And while they did manage to arrest the last kidnapper, it was already too late. According to the kidnapper, Elliot succumbed to his injuries when he was on the speedboat. So the kidnappers simply threw his body overboard to hide the primary evidence of their crime. Unfortunately, the police were unable to locate his remains and pronounced him officially dead in December of 2024. However, one question still remained unanswered. Why? Why did these 4 criminals target Elliot? Well, the simplest explanation is also the most likely one. They just wanted to kidnap him for ransom. Carisha even had a first-hand experience with this, as back in high school, one of her Canadian classmates was kidnapped and held for a ransom of $50,000 US. That said, there's also a second potential explanation that has to do with Elliot's side business. You see, while operating his grocery store, Elliot also started lending the locals money for 20% interest. A local loan shark likely saw him as a competitor and sought to eliminate Elliot before he took away any more of his business. This would also explain why the intruders were so quick to open fire if they wanted to hold him for ransom. Regardless of their motive, the end result was the loss of a young man trying to make a life for himself with his wife in a foreign land. His YouTube channel now sits abandoned, with its many uploads remaining as proof as the life he once lived. Benjamin Pardoon, known online as Warner the Goobermeister, was a comedian creator on YouTube who primarily focused on creating a genre of memes known as YouTube poops, which is a subgenre of online humor that revolves around taking clips from other shows, usually cartoons, and editing them to have a bizarre, often nonsensical tone. Over time, Benjamin's channel had amassed over 8.7 million views, making him a well-known name in the YTP community. But after his upload on December 21st, 2021, he suddenly vanished from the internet, leaving his fans wondering what could have happened. Unfortunately, the reason for his disappearance was far more tragic than simply getting bored and moving on from the channel, as most of his audience had assumed. The incident took place on the 27th of January 2022, when his older brother Chris tried to contact him many times but didn't hear back. Left with no other option, Chris called the police at around 8 p.m. to check on his parents and little brother. When the officers arrived at his house, the lights were on, but no one was answering the door. After repeated knocks, the officers knew something was off, so they decided to break in. But nothing could have prepared them for the horrific scene they saw behind that door. Inside, they found the bodies of Benjamin and his parents, all with visible gunshot wounds. However, what looked like a robbery gone wrong turned out to be far more tragic. According to the investigation, both Benjamin and his mother Deborah were shot by his father that evening, who, after committing the crime, decided to end things for himself as well. The news of this incident was a massive shock for Benjamin's viewers, as he'd never mentioned any family troubles before. Chris later set up a GoFundMe page in November of 2022, which not only allowed Benjamin's fans to support the only living member of his family, it also gave some insight into what might have happened. According to Chris, Benjamin was born in 2005 and was soon diagnosed with autism. This made it difficult for him to interact with people in person. Because of this, he was homeschooled, and at just 8 years old, he started uploading on YouTube, hoping to make friends and find a sense of community. Sadly, Benjamin's condition was far from the only challenge their family had to face. Deborah was also suffering from nerve damage after an accident, and the father Gregory had also gotten in a car accident in the past and could barely walk. On top of that, the family was also struggling with severe financial issues, which could explain why Gregory felt the need to take such a drastic measure, seemingly out of nowhere. As Chris puts it, "My dad was a proud man. He was ashamed to ask or seek out help." Although Benjamin's content was somewhat niche, it left a big impact on those who came across it, with some even uploading new videos in his style to keep his memory alive. Harley Dilly was a YouTube channel run by a 14-year-old teenager from Ohio with the same name. He created the channel in 2013 to share his love of gaming, specifically the sports game Madden, with others. He also uploaded vlogs on YouTube, where he talked about anything that was on his mind that day. But for Harley himself, these were more than just videos. They were one of the many forms of escape he had from his troubled life. You see, Harley suffered from oppositional defiant disorder and was also diagnosed with high-functioning autism. This resulted in him getting into heated arguments with his parents quite often, and subsequently ending up in a worse situation. In one instance, he even posted a video talking about how he was locked out of the house after an argument with his mother, titled, "I'm Scared."
Guys, what's up? It is Harley Dilly. Probably one of my worst days of my life. I was at school and I was science test. I finished it and my computer says 1% battery left. So I get to the next class and I put it on charger as quick as possible, but it didn't charge. None of the computers would take a charge. So I took it back and I had to fill out a complaint, and that's one of the most important parts of the computer. And my mom said she's not paying anything. We argued for about a good 5 minutes, and she snapped. She said she was gonna call police. She said she already did, and she locked me out of the house. So right now I'm outside. The house is locked. It is 3:30. I haven't ate anything, and I still haven't even got to get my work done. My mom's gone. She won't answer the phone.
There were also allegations of some of his family members being physically aggressive to him. But despite all this, Harley was still a cheerful kid who wanted nothing more than to play Madden and grow his YouTube channel. Unfortunately, this ambition was tragically cut short on December 20th, 2019, when Harley went to school and never came back. The day had started off rough. Harley was still upset after arguing with his parents the night before, as they had refused to replace his broken smartphone. He also didn't want to go to school that day, but his mother Heather woke up early that day and, after some more arguing, convinced him to go. He left his house just before 7 a.m., but he was somehow absent from school and didn't return home that evening either. Harley had disappeared without a trace. Surprisingly, his family didn't report him missing until 11:50 p.m. on December 21st, nearly 43 hours after he vanished. Their explanation for the delay was simple. According to them, Harley had spent the night at friends' houses without telling them before, usually after an argument. They assumed this time was the same. However, they couldn't have been more wrong. Something that became increasingly clear as the police investigation dragged on for days without uncovering a single clue about his whereabouts. The only thing they found was this low-resolution picture of Harley going to school that was taken from a neighbor's security camera. And that was it. Eventually, many other organizations, including the FBI, joined the search as well. They also distributed his missing posters nationwide and offered an $18,000 reward, hoping to receive any information that could lead them in the right direction. Unfortunately, although they received numerous tips, none led to any significant progress in the case. That is until the 13th of January, over 23 days after Harley went missing, when the investigators made the big discovery. They were re-canvassing the area immediately surrounding Harley's home, when one of the investigators decided to check out the vacant house directly across from the Dilly residence. This was a summer home and was fully locked at the time. There was also no indications of anyone breaking into the home. However, the investigators had looked everywhere else to no avail. This was one of their last options. So they acquired the key to this home and started looking around. They didn't find anything on the ground floor, but as soon as they climbed the stairs, one of them noticed a maroon puffer jacket lying on the ground, the same jacket that Harley was wearing on the morning of his disappearance. As they got closer, they also noticed his glasses lying on the floor as well, but there were no signs of Harley anywhere. Both the glasses and the jacket had also collected plenty of dirt, indicating that they must have been there for a long time. While they were looking around, one of the investigators noticed the chimney vent above where his glasses and jacket were discovered. This sort of vent is used to connect traditional wood-burning heaters. Curious to see what was in it, he reached into the hole, only for his hand to touch human hair on the other side. There was no doubt about it. That was Harley, stuck in the chimney. Officers quickly dismantled the wall, and sure enough, they found Harley's body inside, with his arms raised above his head. A later autopsy concluded that he likely passed away the day he went missing. His particular position at the time of discovery also helped investigators piece together what might have happened that day. As the story goes, Harley didn't want to go to school that day, so he decided to spend the time at the vacant home until the afternoon to make it seem like he went to school. But when he couldn't find a way in from the ground floor, he climbed onto the roof using the antenna tower beside the house. From there, he looked into the chimney and saw a relatively short drop and chose to climb down it to enter the house. However, what he failed to realize was that this chimney didn't lead to a spacious fireplace. Instead, it only connected to a couple of small vents for heater exhausts, leaving him stuck at the bottom. Due to the way he climbed down, his jacket was likely halfway removed already. So he pushed it through the vent to free up some space, and his glasses fell through as well. Sadly, there was nothing else he could do in that position. His chest was pressed tightly against the chimney's wall, making it impossible to breathe, resulting in him slowly succumbing to asphyxiation. Put simply, this was nothing more than a tragic accident. Now, given this conclusion, Harley's case should have ended there. However, some people, especially his YouTube viewers, weren't satisfied with the official report. Many of them believed that this wasn't an accident at all. Rumors started going around the internet that Harley's death was actually a murder committed by his own family. One of the first big points of contention was his jacket, since in one of the evidence images it could be seen hanging from the door. These critics claimed that this was proof of the whole story being a lie. Some also argued that the shoes he was wearing in his last picture didn't match the ones the investigators found on him. However, despite the skepticism, the police stuck with their initial report. As for the jacket issue, that turned out to be nothing more than the result of one of the inexperienced investigators mistakenly moving key evidence. That said, whatever the truth may be, it doesn't change the fact that the YouTube community lost a genuine and passionate creator. Nicholas Sonderegger was a 28-year-old YouTuber who loved two things in life: longboarding and dancing. He uploaded nearly 80 videos of himself doing both of these on his channel named Sunspeak, though his ultimate dream was to become a professional dancer. By 2017, he was living in San Diego with his friend Austin to try and make his dream come true. However, the two were completely broke and couldn't afford California's high rent prices. So, with no other option, the two decided to live in tents or random trailers they could find in the Salton Sea area. Salton Sea used to be a popular tourist destination at one point due to its status as an oasis in the middle of the desert. But the water and the surrounding area became extremely toxic over time, turning it into a complete ghost town. On the flip side, this also made living there essentially free, which is what Nick and Austin were after. But what neither of them knew at the time was that the true danger of Salton Sea had nothing to do with its toxic climate. This danger came face to face with the two on the night of September 9th, 2018 at around 2 a.m. They were asleep in their tent when suddenly they were jolted awake by an extremely loud scream coming from the tree line not far from their camp. Fearing for their safety, they decided to just ignore it altogether and go back to sleep. Or that's at least what Austin thought. For some unknown reason, Nick later decided to go investigate the scream on his own after Austin had fallen back asleep. By the time Austin woke up the next morning, Nick was gone. He tried looking around for his longtime friend around town and discovered his flashlight lying on the ground just a block away from the tent. He immediately contacted the police and reported Nick as missing, who began looking for him almost immediately. But all they found was one of his boots, his pants, and his knife sleeve. His other boot, as well as his wallet and keys, were missing. More importantly, Nick himself was nowhere to be found. What made the situation even more bizarre was what happened days later. Austin returned to the same area he had already searched, but this time he found Nick's shirt and hat lying there, items that weren't there before. In other words, someone had likely placed them in that spot later. Sadly, the identity of this person was never uncovered, leaving Nick's case a complete mystery to this day. Nick's family has set up a website with all the information they have. They've also announced a $10,000 reward for any useful information. But despite these efforts, the case has remained cold. In fact, there are so few clues that I wasn't even able to find any solid theories either. Some have speculated that Austin might have killed Nick and hidden his body. However, the police investigation uncovered no evidence of foul play. There's still a chance that some unexpected discovery would crack this case wide open. But until then, Nick's disappearance remains an unsolved mystery, and his YouTube channel remains abandoned. December of 2022, the authorities in Northern Ireland came across a bizarre crime scene where the most likely suspect was somehow in two places at once. It all started on the 18th of December when Irish user Vote607, whose real identity is 33-year-old Stephen Cullen, live-streamed himself playing GTA Vice City. The stream started at around 6 p.m. and Stephen stayed live for about 6 hours till midnight. The stream itself was quite unremarkable, with Stephen playing the game mostly in silence, broken by his occasional commentary. Unfortunately, while he was streaming comfortably in his home, his 32-year-old girlfriend, Natalie McNally, was going through something downright horrific. Stephen, however, was completely unaware of this and promptly went to sleep after ending the stream. The next day, he woke up to a barrage of calls and messages regarding Natalie. She was apparently at her parents' house the night before to watch the World Cup finale. The match ended at around 6 p.m. and Natalie went back to her home shortly after, which wasn't too far away. She lived alone in Northern Ireland with her 2 cats and a dog. However, the next day, no one could get through to Natalie. She didn't show up to work and wasn't picking up her phone either. At the time, she was also 15 weeks pregnant with Stephen's child. So when she went silent, her friends and family grew worried, fearing she was facing some health concerns. After learning about her absence and waiting a few hours for a response, Stephen went to her home, which was about 20 minutes away from his home in Lisbon. Unfortunately, he was too late. When Stephen arrived at Natalie's home, the door was wide open. Inside, he found her lifeless on the floor. She had been killed.
Detectives from the major investigation team have now launched a murder investigation following the death of Natalie McNally in Lurgan. This follows the results of the post-mortem. The 32-year-old died a violent death, having been stabbed a number of times, and there are signs of defensive injuries.
Post-mortem reports showed that she was killed on the night of December 18th, not long after she came back from her parents' home. However, investigators did not find any evidence of a forced entry into her home. This, combined with the fact that Stephen was the one who reported her death to the police, made him the lead suspect in her murder investigation, and he was arrested shortly after. However, this arrest didn't last long, because as the authorities quickly found out, Stephen had a strong alibi. According to the post-mortem report, Natalie was killed during the same time Stephen was live streaming from his home. Investigators looked through Natalie's phone and found the last text Stephen sent to her at 5:57 p.m., which read, "Right, I'm off the stream tonight, wish me luck." To which Natalie replied, "I might have a peek at your live stream later." This was enough to clear Stephen's name from any wrongdoing, but it left investigators with no clear direction on where to look next. Stephen did give them the name of someone he suspected. However, investigating that person didn't lead to any breakthrough in the case either, and the name of this person was never made public for this reason. Luckily, detectives found CCTV footage a few days later showing a man dressed in dark clothes and white shoes heading towards Natalie's home at 8:52 p.m. And then the same person going back about 40 minutes later. Given his timing, investigators determined that this was the killer. Shockingly, he had the same height and build as Stephen. This put him on the radar once again, but it also raised a valid question. If Stephen was the perpetrator, how could he be in two places at the same time? Without any other option, the authorities put a £20,000 reward for information regarding the killer and continued investigating. They also feared that by the time they started this investigation, the killer could have easily fled to any of the neighboring countries. In the meantime, Natalie's case had become national news, resulting in multiple memorials around the country. This put even more pressure on the investigators to find the killer as quickly as possible. They made several arrests and even seized the suspect's car. Investigators also found the weapon the killer used on the 5th of January 2023, which was a knife from her own home. However, none of these developments brought them any closer to identifying the killer. That is until January 31st, when they arrested Stephen again, but this time with solid evidence. As it turns out, the only thing keeping him out of suspicion, the live stream, was completely fake. The whole thing was pre-recorded and broadcasted to simply look like a live stream. After his arrest, investigators went through his computer and found the original recording, which was made on the 14th of December, 4 days before the incident. They also found a taxi driver who described picking up someone matching Stephen's profile near the murder at 9:30 p.m. and then dropping this person near Stephen's house. Most importantly, according to the taxi driver, this passenger had forgotten his wallet at home, so he quickly ran inside his house to get the money. And as expected, he ran into Stephen's home. All this evidence left no doubt in the fact that Steven was the one who went to Natalie's home to commit a predetermined crime. In hindsight, there were plenty of suspicious moments during the fake live stream that should have raised more alarms. For starters, the stream was titled the Violent Night Christmas Live Gaming Stream. At the start of the stream, Steven also claimed that he was having technical issues with the streaming software, which he used as an excuse as to why he wouldn't be able to interact with the live chat.
Well, because this streaming software is kind of up the left, it means I can't check the live chat, which is a real shame. So, by all means, talk amongst yourselves.
This ensured that no one questioned why he wasn't talking with his viewers, which is essentially the whole point of doing a stream instead of posting a pre-recorded video. At the start of the stream, Steven made sure to repeatedly mention what day it was.
Hello to all on this glorious Sunday evening. Yeah, so I just thought, why not? I'm gonna do a live stream because this day next week is Christmas. So what more could you want for Christmas other than an evening with your old pal Steve?
This was likely an effort to make his alibi stronger and to say, look, I was streaming the same night. I even mentioned the day at the beginning. On top of that, many moments in the stream also took on a far more disturbing meaning after the truth came out. Like him singing about killing someone in-game, which can also be interpreted as him cryptically talking about his girlfriend.
I need to kill her. I need to take her down. 'Cause I won't pass the mission if I don't get this to talk. Tra-la-la.
At another point during the stream, he makes a pun that sounds like Natalie's name and finds it unusually amusing.
Yeah, that's physics. That's what would happen in the
Accident. He accidentally dropped his controller on the keypad, which made the strange graphic come up. But since we now know that the live stream was pre-recorded, Steven deliberately included this graphic at this point during the editing, likely alluding to the crime he was going to commit on that day. This theory becomes even more credible once you consider the fact that this movie poster came up at about 9:15 p.m., which perfectly aligns with the time he was at Natalie's house committing the brutal crime. That said, his clever schemes were derailed and he was charged with murder. He was also refused bail. And at the time of writing, he's awaiting trial on May 6, 2025. Hopefully, Natalie and her family can get the justice they deserve. On April 4th, 2020, Ernest Wilson went live on Facebook during a house party, without knowing that these were his final moments alive. Ernest was a 24-year-old warehouse worker living in Baltimore, Maryland. The only passion he had in life was for partying, playing board games, and turning them into drinking games. Unfortunately, the 2020 pandemic and the subsequent lockdown closed every public venue he frequented. So he decided to take matters in his own hands and came up with a solid plan. He would rent Airbnbs, host an invite-only party which he referred to as a game night with a fee to cover the expenses, and have a good time with his friends. These parties started off small but quickly grew in numbers as more and more people became aware of them. And on April 3rd, he went onto Facebook to plan another party that weekend, asking, "Should I do game nights again this weekend?" And, "We playing hide and seek at game night tonight?" After receiving enough confirmations, he decided to go ahead with the plans and announced a 2-day game night with free entry for girls and a $5 fee for the guys. Not long after this announcement, he also made a post about bringing uninvited people, stating, "Please don't show up with nobody I didn't personally invite if we didn't discuss it first. They're going to get left outside." Maybe he had experienced problems with uninvited guests at past events. Or maybe he simply wanted to know the exact number of attendees ahead of time. But in hindsight, his concern makes a lot more sense. As the night approached, Ernest started the event, and it went just as well as he could have hoped, with everyone dancing and having a good time. That is, until 2:30 a.m., when the group decided to play the hide-and-seek game they discussed earlier. Ernest took charge as the first seeker and began a countdown at the Airbnb's backyard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
However, as soon as he began searching for his friends, he stumbled upon something completely unexpected.
1, 2, 3. Who the is that, G? I don't know. Get your okay. Get your on the other side of this gate. Who the? God, this can't be one of my friends.
he saw someone trying to jump the fence and break into the property. Now, the correct response would have been to go back inside to safety and call the cops on this intruder. However, Ernest was already a bit under the influence at the time and made the biggest mistake of his life. He decided to confront the man on his own, and that's when things took a turn. The intruder was armed, and after some back and forth, tragically shot Ernest before fleeing the scene, all of which could be heard on the live stream. The police arrived at the property at 2:45 a.m. where they found Ernest lying in a pool of his own blood. According to the few statements that were released to the public, this appeared to be a case of a robbery gone wrong. However, some believe there was more to the story. This is because during Ernest's struggle with the intruder, a girl can be heard laughing in the background. As the story goes, this girl was an accomplice of the intruder who planned to either rob the place or eliminate Ernest for some reason, with one person on YouTube writing, "That girl tried to let someone in the front door, or she knew who tried coming through the door. Once discovering it was locked, she told them to hop the fence as clear as day. I would start with her boyfriend." Unfortunately, from what I can find, the police never caught the suspect, and Ernest's case remains open to this day. So, whatever their motive was, I doubt we'll ever know, especially 5 years later. On September 7th, 2024, a 32-year-old man by the name of Joseph Couch opened fire on vehicles traveling down I-75 near the city of London, Kentucky. He managed to hit 12 cars, injuring 5 people. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. As authorities rushed to his location, Joseph managed to escape into the wooded area alongside the highway. This left the investigators with no choice but to search the Daniel Boone National Forest, hoping to find the mass shooter. In the meantime, they also began looking into Joseph's past and made some chilling discoveries. He served in the Army Reserve from 2013 to 2019 before receiving an honorable discharge due to him developing PTSD. More importantly, this wasn't his first entanglement with law enforcement. Back in 2015, he was arrested for throwing a rock at a dog and then pointing an AR-15 at its owner. Joseph had to pay $1,000 for bail, and the case was later dismissed a few months later. However, the same year he was arrested again, this time for supplying a minor with alcohol and vandalizing private property with spray paint. This resulted in him having to spend 6 months in jail, alongside 200 hours of community service and a $1,500 fine. All of this highlighted just how mentally unstable he was, something that became even more apparent when investigators factored in the messages he sent to his ex before the shooting. These read, "I'm going to kill a lot of people. Well, at least try. I'll kill myself afterwards." His past record and these texts also made it clear that Joseph wouldn't go down without a fight if they managed to find him. Unfortunately, the search for him wasn't progressing as smoothly as they'd hoped.
The search for the suspected highway gunman, Joseph Couch, intensifies as law enforcement has expanded its search efforts. State police say they are extending their search deeper into the Daniel Boone National Forest as the manhunt for Couch enters day 7.
Local agencies were forced to close a section of I-75 and shut down schools, fearing Joseph might strike again. Eventually, they did manage to find his SUV, which also had numerous cases of ammo for the AR-15 style rifle he used for the shooting. However, this didn't provide any clues about his current whereabouts. In a desperate measure, the authorities put a $35,000 reward for finding Joseph to enlist the help of locals. And that's where the McCoy couple entered the picture. Fred McCoy and his wife Sheila operate a museum dedicated to the historic feud between the Hatfield and McCoy families in Kentucky. They also run a small YouTube channel dedicated to this museum called Hatfield McCoy Museum Adventures, where they discuss the various aspects of that feud in greater detail. After hearing about the massive reward, the couple decided to give it a go. They had lived in the area their entire lives and knew the wilderness well.
$35,000. That's a sweet little piece of money. We're going looking for him. We're hoping he finds us, but we're going looking for this Couch guy, Joseph Couch.
They also decided to live stream their adventure through the Kentucky forest on YouTube, likely to have an instant record of whatever they find. They truly believed they could find him, and luck was on their side, because during one of their live-streamed expeditions, Fred noticed a whole bunch of vultures hovering over the same area, possibly indicating a rotting corpse nearby. The two decided to head towards the vultures, and just 30 minutes later, the McCoys found what they were looking for.
You found him? Oh, my Lanta. I'm coming. Oh, my Lanta, you found him? Oh, my Lanta.
They immediately alerted the authorities, who used DNA testing to confirm the body was indeed Joseph Couch. A later autopsy report also confirmed that he went through with the plan he talked about in his message. After 13 days of searching, the I-75 shooter mystery finally came to a close, ending the manhunt and easing the fear of Joseph still being out there. On October 28, 2019, a 47-year-old Japanese man named Tetsu Shiohara live-streamed himself climbing Mount Fuji. And what was supposed to be nothing more than a fun stream quickly turned into an avoidable tragedy. You see, Tetsu had been climbing Mount Fuji since 2017 and had already reached the summit many times. However, all of those previous expeditions were during the climbing season, which stretches from July to mid-September. And while it's not an easy task, it's far safer during these months with maintained trails, milder weather, and resting huts along the way that also sell essential supplies like food and oxygen cans. So when Tetsu decided to climb the mountain in late October, it was already covered in thick, slippery snow. And the conditions were far harsher than he could have imagined, with winds reaching up to 60 miles per hour. All of the resting spots on the mountain were also closed for the off-season. But despite this being his first off-season climb, the unfavorable conditions did not deter Tetsu. He was determined to reach the summit and make it back in a single day. Unfortunately, the stream didn't get off to a good start, as he forgot to bring essentials like thicker socks to keep his feet warm and crampons to prevent his shoes from slipping.
ソックスあ、靴下あれ靴下忘れたいや違う違うバス何で
Later, he also commented on how he didn't bring any food with him to avoid making his backpack too heavy. But as the climb continued, not having food became the least of his worries, as he quickly realized the snow that day was deeper than he could have imagined. On his way to the top, he passed several points where the trail had collapsed due to bad weather. About 2 hours into the hike, his viewers started to notice how dangerous things were getting as well, and began urging him to turn back before reaching the summit.
一般人かなそうやねそうやねでも山頂まで行けちゃうと思うよ
However, he ignored all the warning signs and pressed on with the hike, and by sheer willpower actually managed to get close to the summit. Sadly, this is where his luck ran out. While treading through a particularly steep section of the trail, Tetsu slipped and fell down the mountainside.
本当埋まってんだけど雪でここも危ないね斜面あ滑る
Seconds after slipping, his phone hit a rock and turned off, ending the live stream. His viewers immediately alerted the authorities. However, due to the harsh conditions, it took rescue workers 2 days to locate Tetsu's body. They found it severely dismembered, 2,300 feet below the point where he'd slipped. Now, for most people, this was an open and shut case of an inexperienced and underprepared person misjudging the dangers of Mount Fuji. But I came across some interesting theories regarding the situation. For example, one person stated, I don't think he wanted to go exactly how/where he did on the mountain, but if you ever saw the live stream, you'd know that he definitely was planning on doing it, probably at the top. The chat was begging him to turn back, and he made constant, likely deliberate references to not being fully equipped. Additionally, he had a very ample and generous amount of time to turn around if it had purely been a mistake, with the last few people he met warning him to not go any further. In other words, Tetsu intended to end everything that day. The missing equipment was a deliberate decision, not an oversight. Although there's no evidence to prove this theory, and we'll never know for sure if this was actually his intention. On December 25th, 2020, a 63-year-old man named Anthony Quinn Warner drove his RV to Nashville, Tennessee's 2nd Avenue and woke up nearby residents with the sound of a robotic digital female voice coming from his RV, warning everyone around the vehicle to evacuate the area. Soon, the female voice repeatedly mentioned that the RV was going to detonate. And a little after 6 a.m., the voice became more and more insistent, announcing that the vehicle would detonate in 15 minutes. In the body cam footage that was later released by the authorities, a group of Nashville police officers can be seen walking around the downtown area, urging any stragglers to evacuate for their own safety.
So you're not doing anything wrong, okay? You're not in trouble, but there is something serious happening down the road.
Go for 11.
Do you mind going down to 2nd and
Where do they need to go when they are evacuating?
That's so weird. That's like something out of a movie.
Like The Purge?
Yeah.
The robotic voice and its ominous warnings give the whole scene an extremely eerie vibe, like, as the police officer mentioned, something out of the movie The Purge. Strangely, the RV also broadcasted snippets of the 1964 hit song Downtown by Petula Clark, which is a song about how if you're ever feeling sad or lonely, you should go downtown and you'll feel better in the hustle and bustle of the city. Unfortunately, the robotic voice wasn't bluffing, and just 15 minutes later, the RV detonated near the AT&T building, causing damage to more than 50 buildings and even collapsing a few of them with its massive blast radius. In the aftermath of the incident, the cops can be seen assessing the damage and moving nearby pedestrians to safety through body cam footage that can only be described as apocalyptic.
Command 425, are you 10-4?
He's in 4. Are you guys okay?
Yeah, no, guys.
Where's your car?
How you doing?
Okay, go to your car.
What's going on? 217, myself and 215 are all going around. Command, make sure all units are direct. There may be ammo from that vehicle. We don't need anybody coming up the 2nd Avenue exposed.
You okay? Yeah, I'm good, man. I appreciate it.
Even though the explosive inside the RV was extremely powerful, the cops managed to evacuate most of the nearby residents, and thankfully nobody outside the RV lost their lives. Although 3 people were injured and had to be hospitalized after the vehicle incident, the only person who lost his life was Anthony Warner himself, who was still inside the vehicle at the time of the detonation. After the incident, the authorities started digging deep into Anthony's past to figure out what could have caused him to do something so insane, and what they found was pretty disturbing. As it turned out, Warner was pretty much a paranoid loner obsessed with conspiracy theories about shape-shifting alien lizards that were trying to take over the world. It was also revealed that 16 months before the explosion, Warner's girlfriend had called the cops to report that Anthony had been building explosives inside the RV outside their home. Even more disturbingly, less than a week before Christmas, Warner's neighbor had reportedly asked him if Santa was going to bring him anything good for Christmas, to which Warner replied, "Oh yeah, Nashville and the world are never going to forget me." But despite the clear desire for attention, the cops never managed to truly figure out Warner's motive, and it was eventually concluded that he probably didn't want to hurt anyone, and that a fatal cancer diagnosis mixed with other factors had contributed to Warner's declining mental health. On March 9th, 2023, at around 12:30 p.m., an anonymous caller dialed 911 and told dispatchers that a man that had just run into a food market on Cleveland's Central Avenue was claiming that he had just been kidnapped. As soon as police arrived, they were able to talk to the alleged victim, and the jarring conversation was captured on one of the cops' body cams.
I won't be able to fix his busted pipe for his washing machine.
Okay.
Because I'm putting a water line for his ice for his refrigerator. And when I got downstairs, another dude came out. They had guns on me and they robbed me. I mean, they tied me up. They had plastic laid on the ground.
Disturbingly, the zip ties and duct tape that were used in the kidnapping can still be seen on the man's body as he explains what happened to him. As the victim mentions to the cops, the perpetrators forced him into his own van, robbed him, and then held him for ransom before he managed to escape.
So they put this on my face, They get me in my van, and they bring me over here. They turn the location up on my phone. One of the guys was in back with me.
Or my
Where
Kirkford.
the car go?
Huh?
Where the car go?
It was parked this way, and I ran all the way down here to here. It was parked right over there.
You're parked in 49. What kind of car was it?
It's my van.
As the
Where am I
cops later
kidding?
found out, the main perpetrator was 51-year-old Ahmed Johnson, whom the victim had been in federal prison with at some point in his life. After digging deeper into the case, they uncovered the whole story of the kidnapping. As the victim mentioned in the video, the kidnapper had hired him for a plumbing job, and when he arrived at the house in Cleveland's Buckeye Woodhill neighborhood, he was led downstairs where he would allegedly be shown the leaky pipe that he had to fix. Once downstairs, Ahmed led the victim to another room, where another man jumped out and held him at gunpoint. After stealing his phone and Apple Watch, the kidnappers bound the victim and put him into the back of his own van. As the perpetrators drove the van towards the city's central neighborhood, they made the victim call a friend and bring around $15,000 to a nearby gas station in exchange for his return. But as the van slowed down, the victim somehow managed to jump out and ran down East 49th Street. Thinking quickly, the victim ran into a convenience store where he would be protected by the public eye, causing the suspects to drive off. 2 weeks later, the cops managed to make an arrest, and Ahmed Johnson was charged in Cleveland court with aggravated kidnapping. As of today, there have been no further updates to the case. On September 9, 2019, an Albuquerque Police Department officer saw a young man performing a traffic stop on a gray Nissan SUV. Strangely, the man wasn't dressed like a police officer at all. In fact, he was dressed as an ordinary citizen in jeans, a black polo, and an Air Force cap as he wrote down the driver's information. Sensing that something was off, the officer pulled the man aside to talk to him, and from the beginning, the man seemed a little on edge.
You gotta talk to him for a minute. What's going on? Let's just talk back here real quick. Who do you work for? Oh, okay.
I know, I'm under-equipped.
Okay. Normally, if you're out here, man, if you're making a traffic stop, you're just gonna have to stop, dude. Alright? Do you have an ID with you?
And this is all I got. I mean, like I said, I'm under-equipped. I was just heading over there to the courthouse.
To the courthouse for what?
To get my crap. I know, it
Oh,
makes no
Garfer.
sense. I caught him going
There
from
you
20 down
are.
I-40.
Why do you have lights on this vehicle?
Personal. I know.
Do you have an ID with you at all?
No, I keep it on my uniform.
The man claims that he was on his way to the courthouse when he pulled over the driver of the gray Nissan. Suspiciously, though, he claims he doesn't have any sort of identification on him because he allegedly left it inside his uniform. After a bit of questioning, the man says his name is Brendan Wazinski and confesses that he was using his personal vehicle to pull over civilians, but insists that he's been an officer of the law for 3 years.
Simple. And I'm not here to mess with you, man. It's just the thing is, yeah, he was speeding, dude. You could have called it in. And, because if you get into shooting, you're
Right.
Alright, man.
I understand. This, for starters, I know this looks really bad. This looks really bad. This screams whacker.
Right. How long you been on?
About 3 years.
Okay. I've been on for like 13 years. Alright, so...
After checking the database, the officer notices Brendan's name doesn't pop up on any nearby law enforcement agency's list, and at that point, his only option is to put the suspect in the back of his vehicle while he waits for his supervisor to figure things out. Less than 5 minutes later, Brendan gets cold feet and confesses that he's not a real cop.
What's up, man?
Alright. I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. I'm not a cop.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be honest.
That bad truck.
I bought it offline.
Do me a favor, stay in here, okay? For a second.
As soon as his supervisor arrives, the officer briefs him on the situation, and they decide to arrest Brendan for impersonating a police officer. After putting him in cuffs, the sheriff arrives to assess the situation. I honestly don't know how long Brendan was expecting to be able to get away with pulling people over pretending to be a cop, but it seems as though he was hoping to play vigilante with no consequences forever. Even though he didn't have a weapon in his belt at the time, it's not uncommon for people like Brendan to start using guns and handcuffs as intimidation tools once they get more comfortable and start thinking they can get away with it. Obviously, it's incredibly dangerous to have random people driving around the city pretending to be cops when they really have nothing to do with law enforcement at all, which is why the officers have no other choice but to bring him into the police station. After arriving at the station, the cops try to get Brendan's full statement, but the suspect contradicts himself a bunch and lies to try to get the officer's sympathy. Brendan says he was on his way to work when he saw a guy going 120 on the freeway and confesses that he freaked out when the cop asked him about his identity. Strangely, he alleges that the badge he used to fake his identity used to belong to his dad, who supposedly used to work with the sheriff's department before he was killed in the line of duty 5 or 6 years prior.
And then when I made contact with you, I noticed you had a badge. Where'd you get that badge from?
It belonged to my dad.
It belongs to your dad? When was
Well, it
did? Is he still around, or did he pass away?
Well, he was killed.
Oh, he was killed.
As it was later revealed, this was a complete lie, and the truth was that he bought the badge online as he had initially confessed when the cop interrogated him. It's hard to imagine that he thought he was going to get away with a lie like that when there was video evidence of him saying that he bought the badge online less than an hour ago. During the interview, it was also revealed that Brendan was only 18 years old, even though he said he was around 25 when the cop initially pulled him over. This makes the fact that he said he was married and needed to call his wife even more sketchy, and it's hard to tell which details of the story are true and which ones are completely made up. A few seconds later, things get a little scary when Brendan confesses that he had a loaded weapon in the glove compartment of the vehicle, which wasn't initially visible in the video. Considering he's a compulsive liar and an irresponsible teenager, it's pretty horrifying to imagine what he would have done with the handcuffs and gun had he been given the chance to play vigilante for a few more days or weeks or whatever. In March 2020, a judge sentenced Brendan to a year of probation. But just a few weeks later, he failed to report to his probation officer, refused to get a psych exam, provided a false address, and missed a scheduled meeting. As a result, the judge tightened his probation conditions, and as of today, there have been no further updates to the case. At around 8 p.m. on September 30th, 2021, 3 children ages 6, 6, and 7 were reported missing in the Flamingo Lake neighborhood in Montgomery, Texas. According to the parents, the kids had gone missing after they went to the Sam Houston forest and wandered off the main trail to go play in a creek. After the disappearance was announced to the public, the authorities launched a massive search that included helicopters, dogs, drones, off-road vehicles, and hundreds of police officers from multiple law enforcement agencies. The next morning, an anonymous Good Samaritan who was very familiar with the layout of the woods decided to take matters into his own hands and went into the national forest by himself to find the kids. At around 9 a.m. on September 31st, the man found the kids and called 911 to bring the children to safety, and the whole rescue was captured on Sergeant Jason Smith's body cam.
Of course, it's a stub.
Come on, can y'all come to me? Come to me. Yeah, come to me. There's an opening right here. Come on, kids, come to me.
Let me in over here. Last night, so I just took off around the back. I've been looking all night long.
Yes, sir. I have all
Jesus
3
is good,
children.
ain't he? Ain't Jesus good?
How do I get a
He's good.
loud AI?
Kids, I'm the police. Are y'all ready to get out of the woods? Come on, buddy.
Let's get out of here. You got cheeseburgers in your car?
We gonna get something to eat. Okay? You wanna hold my hand? We'll get out of here.
Even though the kids were found just a little over a mile away from where they entered the woods, they'd still been lost for over 24 hours, and pretty understandably they were hungry. As it was later revealed, the kids had spent the night in the forest, sheltering themselves under a fallen tree until the volunteer came to rescue them, which is why they had leaves and branches in their hair in the footage.
Here, let's pick this. Grab hold of that. There you go.
You're really strong.
Am I really strong? Lose your shoe? I got you.
Even though they had spent the night with minimum shelter and hadn't had anything to eat for 24 hours, the children still seemed to be in pretty good spirits as Sergeant Smith escorted them out of the woods. And toward the end of the video, he could be seen guiding them to the clearing where a bunch of cop cars sit waiting for them.
Thank you, fellas. Y'all got it? Come on, kids. Let's come out to the room. Good. What? There you go, buddy. Look at you. You made it.
It's honestly pretty terrifying to think that if they hadn't been found then and there, the kids would have probably ended up succumbing to the elements. but thankfully they were able to get back home to their parents. On January 30th, 2017, New Mexico police received a disturbing call from a witness in Nevada who claimed he had seen a woman being taken out of her Las Vegas apartment by a man and put into a white van with a Texas license plate. After receiving the alert, the cops were able to locate the van in question less than 24 hours later and arrest the driver and passenger. Once the suspects are out of the vehicle, the cops approach the white van, and that's when they find something incredibly disturbing.
Got a camera. Do you need a...
Oh my god, thank you.
Okay.
Is that it? Rolling?
I got rolling.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get you out of here, okay?
I got pictures of her and I got pictures of the chains.
In the back of the vehicle, the cops find a woman named Jane who is chained to the floorboards of the van by the suspects, and as soon as the officers set her free, she gives them her disturbing testimony. According to the victim, the man who was driving the getaway van was her ex-boyfriend Jack, who broke into her apartment and took her. Even though she fought hard to escape, Jack was trained in mixed martial arts and was a lot heavier than her, and it didn't take him long to take her out of her home. Jane assumed it was her neighbors who saw the altercation and called the police, and it was thanks to that 911 call that the cops were able to rescue her. Once inside the police car, Jack doesn't seem all too distressed that he's about to be put away for a long time, and he can even be seen interacting pretty calmly with the officer driving the vehicle, asking him if he has a favorite hymn and singing the words to Amazing Grace as he's taken to jail.
You got a favorite hymn?
What's that?
You got a favorite hymn?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't know. I've never been in there. What about you?
What about Amazing Grace? You like that one?
I'll take it.
As it was later revealed that Jack's accomplice in the kidnapping was 19-year-old Samuel Brown. In the other cop car, Samuel asked the police officer to have a conversation with him, claiming that he's scared of everything that's happening.
Anything, I'm just kind of scared. What are the police gonna ask me?
During the investigation, the police found that Jack and Samuel had planned to take Jane into a cave in New Mexico that Jack had dug into the side of a hill, where they would later brainwash her into marrying one of them, according to the police report. After the horrifying incident, Jack was sentenced to life in prison, and Samuel to a little over 5 years in prison. It's pretty disturbing to imagine where Jane would be if that 911 call hadn't been placed and the cops hadn't intervened. On April 8 of 2021, police officers from the city of Whitehall, Ohio, about 6 miles away from Columbus, received a report that a man was allegedly impersonating a police officer at a traffic stop. Upon arriving at the scene, they found a 26-year-old man named Casey Donovan Williams asleep in what appeared to be a Whitehall police cruiser. When he woke up, he told the cops that he was an off-duty cop working a special duty detail. At first, the officers bought his story, but when they were told there was no special duty assigned at that time, they returned to get the real story. And the exchange was captured on the cop's body cam.
But you have no ID from them,
No,
all right?
no.
And have you ever been sworn in by them?
I've talked to the chief.
No.
So
I'm
that's
asking
all
you
I
a direct question. Have you been sworn in
Now,
by
it's
them?
very important you answer this correctly, because being a former police officer or someday a current police officer, you know if you lie in this situation, you go directly to jail.
No, I'm not.
So I'm going to
I'm
put
not,
that right
listen,
up.
I'm not.
So
I'm
if you
not,
are telling me you are a police officer right now, is that what you're telling me? So you are not a commissioned police officer.
I spoke with the chief.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay.
I'm asking you one question. Are you a commissioned police officer through the state of Ohio?
I have an OPADA certificate.
That's not what I'm
That's
asking.
not what we're asking you.
I'm explaining to you.
No, you're not. You're not answering the question. You're avoiding the question. It's very simple. Are you a sworn police officer anywhere in the state of Ohio with any department?
Not currently.
As soon as the cops start applying a bit of pressure, Casey confesses that he's not an actual commissioned police officer, and when the cops mention to him that he risks going to jail if he lies, he decides to call one of the officers who supposedly gave him the job to try to save himself from the consequences.
One second. Would you be willing to speak to the supervisor from the company? From Watchman?
From Watchman?
Yes.
Is he an actual police officer?
You are an actual police officer, correct? Okay. Okay, yes, he is. Where are you commissioned at?
It doesn't matter. He's not here doing anything.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's the superintendent of the State Highway Patrol. That's irrelevant to the situation.
Even though he seems to have a pretty intricate series of excuses to justify his actions, the cops sense there's more to the story than Casey's letting on. After mentioning to the cops that he was just trying to make a little extra money by allegedly working for the Glenwood Police Department, he realizes his chances of getting out of an arrest are pretty slim. And that's when he resorts to asking the cops for mercy.
That's all I was trying to do. Please do not. I'm asking you for courtesy, man to man. Please do not ruin my career. Please, please, please.
I think you did that kind of.
Throughout the exchange, it seems as if Casey either doesn't realize the severity of what he's doing, or he really thinks the cops are going to let him get away with showing a fake badge and even carrying a weapon while pretending to be an officer of the law. Still, things were about to get a whole lot worse for Casey, because after he was put in the real police officer's cruiser, the cops searched his vehicle and found a loaded AR-15 rifle, a tactical vest, a loaded handgun with 15 rounds of ammo, a taser, 2 pairs of handcuffs, and pepper spray. It's pretty disturbing to think of what could have happened if the cops hadn't arrested Casey then and there, because even though he didn't seem to have any bad intentions at first glance, Casey could have used the badge, vehicle, and weapons for some pretty nefarious purposes if he wanted to, by simply convincing people he was a real police officer. From kidnapping to extortion and everything in between, a fake cop can be extremely dangerous. As it was later revealed, this wasn't the first time the suspect had gotten in trouble for trying to pull similar stunts. Although at one point he had been a corrections deputy at the Pickaway County Jail, he was forced to resign after trying to enforce his authority as an undercover cop at a fair when he hadn't been instructed to do so. After the incident in Whitehall, Casey was charged with impersonating a police officer, a 3rd-degree felony, and improper handling of a gun in a motor vehicle, a 4th-degree felony. Christopher Brian Hill is an urban explorer with a YouTube channel called Urbex Hill. Over the past 10 years, he's been uploading raw footage of his visits to some of the creepiest abandoned buildings in the country, often running into unexpected and sometimes life-threatening situations. Urban explorers like Chris face many dangers, from aggressive stray dogs to hostile squatters to respiratory risks and unsound structures. Venturing into an unfamiliar abandoned building is much more risky than it might sound. It's obviously much safer to explore abandoned buildings in the light of day and with a group of friends, but in most of his videos, Chris explores at night and always alone. In June 2022, he visited the abandoned Westinghouse Electric Factory located in Cleveland, Ohio. Built more than a century ago, the factory originally consisted of 7 different buildings, but most of them have been demolished by now. Even though the Westinghouse Company was established in 1886, it didn't reach Cleveland until 1894. Founded by Thomas Edison, Westinghouse is best known for the notable engineers who worked for the company, including Nikola Tesla and William Stanley. For several decades, the Westinghouse Company rivaled General Electric, and it was last used as a lighting equipment production plant before its abandonment in 1979. For the past 4.5 decades, the abandoned factory has been one of the hottest urban exploration locations for curious explorers and YouTubers. In 2012, the factory started receiving even more attention after the Black Widow interrogation scene from the first movie of the Avengers was shot there. 10 years later, Chris made the trip to the abandoned factory and recorded everything he saw. As Chris begins exploring, there doesn't seem to be anyone around, and only the sound of crickets can be heard in the darkness as he walks around the outside of the building. Disturbingly, the sound of gunshots can be heard in the distance less than 5 minutes into the recording. It's worth mentioning that for the past few years, Cleveland has been ranked as one of the top 10 most dangerous cities in the US, making this visit to the abandoned factory even more risky.
that far away from here. Oh, that sounds like a shootout.
Chris has experience exploring everything from abandoned mental hospitals and sanatoriums to vacant occult temples, and he shrugs off the fear as he enters the creepy building. Just like in many abandoned buildings, Chris finds a mattress on the floor, meaning at least one person has been sleeping there recently. As he captures footage of the first floor and walks up the stairs to the second floor, all that can be heard in the eerie darkness is the sound of his footsteps. A few minutes later, Chris goes down to the basement, and the footage becomes increasingly creepier as Chris runs into a series of dead ends under the leaky, moldy ceiling.
Maybe it's an animal. There's animals down here.
At several points during his exploration of the basement, he can be heard making comments about a strange noise coming from somewhere on that floor, and at first he seems to think it's an animal. Alarmingly, he finds a few shell casings on the ground from what was probably a 9mm handgun. Although it would be pretty unsettling to find something like this lying on the ground in an abandoned factory basement, it's worth mentioning that police departments often use abandoned buildings and complexes for training exercises. However, in this case, it's impossible to know if that's really what happened. Shortly after, he comes across a series of disturbing messages on the walls. He continues recording as he walks down narrow corridors, and this is where things get a lot more disturbing.
This place is so wet. This kid grabbing me. Yo. You need some help, bro? Yo. I ain't gonna respond and I'm gonna leave him alone. Bro, that's crazy.
After about 20 minutes of exploring, the visit takes a very dark turn as Chris runs into a hunched-over man without a light at the far end of the room. He calls out to him and asks if he needs any help, but the man doesn't move or respond, and Chris decides to leave him alone. Understandably, Chris's breathing can be heard getting louder and heavier after the extremely unsettling encounter, but things were only about to get more disturbing for him.
I'm gonna help that dude out. I'm gonna get this dude a $20 bill. Yo. Hey, I got some money for you. He's not there, and he's not responding.
About 4 minutes later, Chris decides to go back to help the man out by giving him a $20 bill. But alarmingly, when he goes back to the room, the man is no longer there. This could be incredibly dangerous, as squatters are known to behave aggressively toward unwanted visitors. And because they know the place better than anyone else, they can easily hide in the shadows and attack or scare visitors when they least expect it. One theory that many viewers seemed to favor was that maybe the man was not a homeless person at all, but a gang member who was hiding from the shootout that could be heard at the beginning of the video. However, it's impossible to confirm if this was actually the case, and it seems pretty unlikely given his strange behavior. As he continues searching for the man, Chris notices bats flying around the basement, and things get even more eerie at this point.
There's a lot of bats down here, too.
Right when he walks into one of the rooms, if you look closely at the far left of the screen, you can actually see the man from earlier standing in what used to be a door frame, staring at Chris in the darkness. Alarmingly, Chris doesn't notice and continues walking. It's impossible to know how long the man had been following him, and in these kind of situations, it can be hard to gauge the squatter's intentions. A few minutes later, the squatter can be seen walking outside as cars pass by the side of the building. At one point, Chris mentions he thinks the guy said hello, but it can't be heard clearly through the camera audio. Just when he decides to head out, he hears a cell phone vibrate, indicating that there are more people down there with him hiding in the darkness. Having had enough disturbing encounters for the night, he decides to play it safe, and fortunately he was able to leave the building unharmed. He never found out who that man was, and since then he hasn't uploaded another video of the Westinghouse factory. This video was recorded in Tartu, Estonia, and uploaded to YouTube in August of 2016. In it, a group of 4 teenagers visit an abandoned sauna that was built more than a century ago in 1915, back when Estonia was still part of the Russian Empire. After fulfilling its purpose for 80 years, the sauna was decommissioned in 1995. The building remained abandoned for 23 years until in 2018 it was fully renovated and turned into a beauty salon, which is still operating as of this video's upload in 2023. In August of 2016, the uploader visited the abandoned location with 3 friends. Upon entering the building, you can see that it looks exactly what you would expect a building that has been abandoned for 21 years to look like. There's an insane amount of mold growing freely on the walls, the heaters are covered in a thick layer of rust, the floor is full of holes, and the entire structure looks like it could collapse at any second. Throughout the video, the teenage explorers also run into some disturbing messages on the walls. An especially eerie one reads, "You can't hide," and there are also several creepy drawings of stick figures graffitied on the walls in some of the other rooms. For the first few minutes of the visit, other than the disturbing messages and some loose shoes and other personal belongings, there doesn't seem to be any indication that somebody could be living there or had even visited the location recently. However, about 20 minutes into the visit, one of the teenagers finds a door frame covered by a curtain, and they decide to explore the room. As one of the explorers shines a flashlight into the room, a gut-wrenching scream can be heard coming from the shadows. Immediately, the 4 teenagers run out of the building in a panic. When they finally step outside, the sun is already set, and the boys get into the car to flee from the location. Although the explorer was too busy running to show footage of the screaming man, it's more than likely that it was a homeless resident of the abandoned building who wasn't expecting visitors. Still, it must have been extremely disturbing to experience something like that, even if they went together as a group. After that day in 2016, the boys never went back to the abandoned sauna. In March of 2022, YouTubers Meg and Chris uploaded a new video to their channel, Back in Time MC, in which they showed footage of their visit to a rundown old farmhouse somewhere in the UK. In the caption, they mentioned that they found an entry point through an open window around the side of the house. Based on the state of disarray the farmhouse is in, it's clear that nobody has been maintaining it for quite some time. The floor is covered in leaves and cobwebs, the shoes look dusty and unused, and there are even a couple of dead animals lying on the floor, along with some shotgun shells lying on top of a bedside table. The only clues that indicate somebody could have been at the location relatively recently are that one of the light bulbs in one of the bedrooms looks relatively new, and some of the clothes in the closet look only gently used. Based on the pictures that Chris finds on different shelves and hung up on the walls, it appears as if a family of at least 4 children used to live in the farmhouse. As the couple continues with the exploration, they walk into one of the upstairs bedrooms, where they find something very unexpected.
Come into this bedroom here.
Oh my God. Hello. You're alive. You know, Mummy.
Yeah?
No. We thought it was abandoned.
When he first walked into the room, Chris didn't notice that there was someone asleep in the bed. It wasn't until Meg walked in and made a noise that the woman sleeping in the bed woke up and gave them the scare of their life. Although the uploaders blurred the woman's face out of respect for her privacy, it's clear that she's pretty old. During the conversation, she tells the couple that she doesn't have any family that could take her to live somewhere else less depressing. Out of sheer kindness, Chris and Meg keep the lady company and try their best to understand her situation. She introduces herself as Jane, and over the next 10 minutes they ask her questions about how she ended up living all alone in an abandoned farmhouse. Thanks to the couple's empathy, the initial shock of being startled by the sleeping old lady and seeing her living in such terrible conditions quickly turns into a heartwarming moment in which the 3 of them talk about each other's lives.
What happened was I came there to help someone.
Okay.
And this is only for a week.
Yeah.
And that was 1993.
Oh God.
Wow, so you've been here nearly 30 years.
Disturbingly, Jane mentioned she's been living in the abandoned farmhouse for 30 years, and even though Chris and Meg offer to help her, bring her food, and buy her clean clothes and sheets, she seems hesitant to accept anything from them, claiming that she's fine living the way she does. She mentions that even though it's not her house, the men who work at the farmhouse know she's there and they bring her food and water every day. In a touching moment at the end, the couple agrees with Jane to visit her again soon. This would have been a happy ending to the story, but Chris and Meg included a caption at the end of the video that cast the situation in a more disturbing light. The caption reads, "I did a lot of research to try and find the name of the farm and whom it was owned by. Luckily, I got the information needed, and I even got a message from someone who knew the farmer who farms there." Chris goes on to explain that the man who reached out to him also knew that Jane was living there, and that the farmer also lives in the farmhouse with her. According to the man, Jane is very well cared for, but she chooses to live in those terrible conditions anyway. The man also mentioned that Jane's husband is up there constantly to make sure she's okay, but she doesn't accept his help very easily, or anyone's help for that matter. It's worth mentioning that Jane might not have been completely truthful about her situation to Chris and Meg. During their conversation, she mentioned that she didn't have anyone to care for her except for the farmer, but the man who knew the farmer told Chris that she also has a brother who tries to take care of her. Not entirely convinced by what the man told him, Chris continued digging for information and found that the farm was not on any land registry records, but there was another property to Jane's name that she owned between 1986 and 2015. After visiting the other property, Chris mentioned that it was as unkempt and beat up as the farmhouse itself. Having heard two different versions of the story from the man who contacted him and from Jane herself, he decided to contact Adult Social Services. This is the email he received from them.
Shit.
"Good morning, thank you for your email. I can confirm that Adult Social Care are aware of this lady. However, I'm not able to provide you with any further details. We appreciate your input and the information you have provided, and thank you for raising your concerns with us." Chris then told the man who contacted him to tell Jane that he and Meg would be happy to go back and visit her if she wanted them to. After this, there were no further updates on the old woman, and we'll likely never know what became of her. The only thing we know for sure is that if someone else decides to explore the abandoned farmhouse in the future, they'll likely run into the same situation as Chris and Meg. Sadly, this type of situation is much more common than many people realize. With rising prices and the overall state of the global economy, a large part of the elderly population is being forgotten. Hopefully, Jane can accept some help from her family members and live out the rest of her days in much better and healthier conditions than the one she was in when the video was uploaded. Robert Fulton Elementary is an abandoned school in a pretty rough neighborhood of Cleveland, Ohio. The building is 92 years old and has been abandoned for over 13 years. After several complaints from nearby residents who mentioned that the abandoned building was an eyesore, a potential crime hotspot, and that it was lowering the value of their properties, the mayor of Cleveland announced plans to turn the rundown old building into a high-quality, mixed-income housing unit for the community. Although the idea is still in the planning stages and the city needs more funding to complete the project, the plan is for the renovations to begin by the end of 2024. For now, Robert Fulton Elementary remains one of the creepiest abandoned schools in the country. In May of 2023, Chris Hill, again from the YouTube channel Urbex Hill, uploaded a video in which he made a second visit to the boarded-up, abandoned elementary school. The first video he made of the school was back in 2022. During his first visit, he heard strange humming, chanting, creaking, and banging noises coming from different rooms. This was part of the description in the first video. Most sections of the building are falling apart, and the water and elements have done irreversible damage to the structure. I would not recommend anyone explore this school. You risk getting robbed or worse. With that being said, I heard weird noises and other various things during my exploration. After these incidents, the vast majority of people would have been too terrified to even think of going back. But 2 years later, Chris decided to make a second visit to the school, alone at 1 a.m.
The decay is crazy in here.
From the very beginning of the footage, it's clear that Robert Fulton Elementary belongs in a different category of abandoned buildings than most others. What stands out the most about the building is the fact that just over a decade ago, children were learning in those classrooms, running and playing in the halls, and now it looks more like something out of a horror movie than a school. The eeriness of the location, the pitch darkness, and the extreme state of decay of the building all contribute to the school's incredibly creepy atmosphere, and not a lot of people would dare go in there at night, much less alone. For a building that has only been abandoned for 13 years, Robert Fulton Elementary is in a much worse state than other buildings that have been vacant for much longer. But Chris doesn't seem to mind as he captures footage of the dark corridors with peeling walls and random debris lying all over the floor. As he ventures deeper into the school, Chris starts hearing strange noises, but nobody seems to be around, and he continues his exploration in the chilling silence. The underlying structure in some of the rooms on the upper floors seems extremely unstable, but Chris shows his expertise in urban exploration by avoiding the surfaces that crack under his feet. After about 15 minutes of exploring the top floors, Chris goes down into the basement, which is arguably the most deteriorated part of the school. As he explores the dark rooms, he finds some indications that other people could be living there. Interestingly, he also finds what appears to be a boiler room that's been flooded with water.
It is 11:14. I've been only going for an hour? Really? Feels like I've been going for longer. Okay.
At around the 30-minute mark, a loud banging noise can be heard coming from one of the rooms, and it becomes very clear that Chris is not alone. As he steps into one of the classrooms, he finds a very eerie message written on the chalkboard, which reads, "Don't explore alone," as well as a paper sign on the door that reads, "Keep out." Despite the clear warnings, he goes inside, only to find more signs that somebody's living there. This is where Chris's visit to Robert Fulton Elementary takes a very chilling turn. Fearing for his life after hearing the blood-curdling scream, he sprints out of the building to safety, hoping that the man wasn't following him. If you look closely at the footage, you can see the outline of the screaming man when Chris peels back the curtain to his room. Upon reviewing the footage later that night, he found something else even more unsettling. When he first walked into the building, his camera caught something that he didn't notice at the time. In the distance, a man's shadow can be seen walking into one of the rooms. It's not clear where the man went after that, but based on the strange noises Chris heard throughout his visit, it's very likely that the man was watching him all along. Although the scream was terrifying to hear, and we can only imagine what Chris must have felt at that moment, it's worth mentioning that the room he entered was probably the man's home, and from the squatter's perspective, it was probably just as terrifying to see a random man pull back the curtain to his room. These kinds of encounters can often get violent very quickly, but thankfully Chris once again made it out safely. He hasn't uploaded new footage of the location since then. This footage was uploaded in October 2019 by YouTuber Baker X Derek, a tour guide from San Bernardino, California. One day, as he was riding his motorcycle on the highway in California, he noticed an abandoned house sitting on top of a hill and decided to take a look inside. From the very beginning of the footage, it becomes clear that somebody has already been there, and that it probably wasn't the original owners of the house. Unlike many abandoned buildings, you can tell this house used to be beautiful before it was vacated, but that doesn't make it any less creepy to visit, even in the middle of the day.
Heebie-jeebies, dude. Dude, that dark room. I kept feeling something was gonna jump out at me. What's down here? I think I hear somebody. I think I hear something.
Today we're just gonna do some nice, gentle ear cleaning, nothing unusual. Just you, me, and some soothing sounds will get rid of that pesky little ear gunk. Are you comfortable? Okay, let me take a look. Interesting. What? This is definitely not earwax. Unless you've been seasoning it lately. Why does your ear smell like a snack aisle? What is going on? Did you get hungry in your sleep and tried using your ear as a pantry? Look. A chip from your ear. At least it tastes good. Let me check the other ear. Okay, it's soft. And it's fuzzy. And I'm a little scared. What is this thing? A plushie? How comforting. Also deeply concerning. But congrats, you have the coziest hearing loss in history. Let me check again. Okay, is it what I think it is? Do you think it's what I think it is?
Jupiter? It was in fact not Jupiter.
A whole keyboard. Wow. You do have a lot going on. I'm expecting to pull out a whole monitor next. It's crunchy, but not in a good way. Let me guess, another snack? A dead starfish. So this is why you keep hearing the ocean in your ear, huh? Let's see what else we have. Oh no. I don't know what this thing is at all. It's massive, though.
What the fuck? Is it happening?
A cooking pan? What's next? Eggs? Bacon? Full English breakfast? It sounds familiar. What is it? What is it? Oh, honey, it's an eye cream. It's for your eyes, not your ears. You're so silly. Okay, this is wet and long and wrinkly. You have a zucchini in your ear? This isn't ear cleaning anymore. It's crop harvesting. It sounds expensive. Definitely expensive.
Even an email about that? Wow.
Pearls. Actual pearls. I'm not sure if I'm impressed or horrified. Let me check for more. Something in here is very gritty. What could it be? Why? At least it's sparkly though. It's big, solid. You do something to be normal. Oh look, it's a phone case. Kinda cute though, can I keep it? Thanks. Something is snapping at me. Feisty little thing. Is there a crab in here? Hair clips? How did this end up there? It's for your hair, not your ears. Feels cold and a little heavy. And kind of fragile. A ceramic cup. Can I keep this too, please? Okay. Let me check if there's still some things left. This is rattling. Like sand. But sharper. A vial of purple salt. Wow. It's hypnotizing. I'll keep it. Okay. I think that is all. Yeah. Okay, you're good. That would be $300, please. Thank you. Bye-bye. Excuse me. Your brain's rotten. I can smell it from there. Are you sure you even have a brain? Or is it just a sad pile of mush? Well, I'm here to clean this all up. Hope you're ready to confront the decay you've been nurturing. First, let's crack your skull open. Ah, that's satisfying. Okay, let me see. Oh my god. How are you even functioning with all these clogging your system? I need my secret tools. I just realized purging these bugs will leave your brain so much emptier than before. I bet these bugs have higher IQ than you do. Ooh, and they're laying eggs. Huh. I guess they're much more productive than you too. Your brain's basically a bug buffet. Michelin starred for the parasites, feeding on every ugly thought you've ever had. Hold on tight, this is gonna be a tough ride. Stop moving or I might scrape up this smooth little thing called your brain.
should probably go to bed. Wow, nothing. Oh, it's apparently something. That's not worrying at all. Man, I think I really fucked up my ankle some fears. kitty. Carver, your wheel. Oh my god. We can fix this, just... Oh god. We can fix this. Oh, Carver, you can't move. Where's your wheel? There it is. My stuff. Oh god. There we go. Okay. So it's all out of juice now, but care for normal with wheel. I forgot about that. This curve. Goodbye, kitty. No, not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Careful, there's a broken server right here. Whatever. Ooh, big thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stupid fucking robots. fuck is that? Oh my god. Holy shit. It's so fucking big. Oh my god. What the world? What, so just a drive-by? What the hell? I feel like I should follow it, but I know I'll never catch up. I can't see it or nothing, but it's still, or at least something still. Oh god. Come on, get up. Not even email about that, huh? Good lord. Is it still here? Oh, I'm... calibrating my... Huh. It's at the bounds area on the mountain. I will go do that right now. Because I think I know what it's talking about. Of course, that's out of whack. Here. It's talking about something near T, I think. Maybe? It's going off in that way. So maybe I should follow it? I pressed a Z as soon as that happened. I don't know if that was something that influenced it, but... Should probably get more sleep, but I am too hyped. Guess I follow this. what those prompts are talking about. Hell if I know. That's the first time I've ever even seen that. I've never even heard something like that could happen. I really wish I live streamed that, because that would have been so cool. Oops. Nope. Okay. This kind of looks like a mountain. Barrier. Barrier? Barrier. Barrier. No? How far did I have to run to get past the barrier? I feel like I should be slamming into it any moment now. There we are. Oh. Well, here's the very corner of the map. So I guess I just have to scan. Oh. Hang on. What did I see? Where was it? What the fuck? I saw something. There. Is that what they're talking about? Oh. No. I know, this couldn't possibly be what they're talking about. Why do we have this fucking gas can? Guess I'll just be holding it. Something about a mountain. I'm not using the wiki for this. I want to figure this out myself. Unless I'm absolutely stumped. But I'm not yet. Okay, gotta be careful here. Nice and careful, like. There we go. See, he's not scary. This game, very good at atmosphere. Very atmospheric. Nothing truly creepy. At least in my opinion. That's because I'm a little freak about this game. Are there special plants? Or are they normal? I don't know. They're different. just different. I mean, the only mountain I see is that one. I assume that's what they're talking about. Maybe? Other than these weird new plant texture, or models, excuse me, I don't really see anything different. Or I guess I'm not looking for something different, I'm just looking for something. I probably can't get to that, can I? Can I? Will it actually let you? No. It's edge. Oh yeah. Now this is where you extra want to watch your step. Pine cone. Master of scaring the shit out of unsuspecting ilk like me. At least the river actually goes somewhere. Well, quote unquote goes. I thought that was a person straight up. That fencing, I thought that was like Bigfoot or something. Stick. I am not finding anything pertaining to a mountain. Oops. I can't even go that way. Where is it? Where's the corner? Aha! I need that. At least we actually came. Because I needed that. Because I have, I think, four left. And I know something's up with these corners of the map. I know that there's one of the kitty cats plushies. No, one of them is in one of these corners or something like that. damn it. Okay. Need to test something. Okay. Okay. 2 birds, 1 stone. I wanted to know if items would pass through the world barrier. They did not. And if you could pass through the world barrier underwater. But looks like it's no to both. So. That right there was me trying to check if I was near Papa, because that smoke is kind of suspicious. But who knows? Reaching critical mass for sleep. I do believe we may have to call off the search if something more doesn't come up. Maybe. In real life and in the game. I just want to figure out what the hell that thing was before I forget. And, you know, have work. I just don't know. I just do not know. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything over here. Sag. Okay. I think I'm wanted to abandon the world border and go figure out what the hell that smoke is. It is looking like we may be out near Victor. Yes. Which means that is the aerials. Which means I do not need to go investigate that. this the quote-unquote mountain they're talking about? God, I hope so. Because I don't know, bro. I don't see any other mountains. Kitty cat. I mean, other than that, but we've been there already. That's a staircase. I say we cut our losses and head home. What the fuck is that? Is that Kerfer? Oh, wow. Oh, my head. I don't know what to think anymore. It'll start collapsing any moment now. Sworn I saw something fall. Like down over here. Could have been a pine cone, could have just been me losing my mind. I honestly thought it was Kerfer for a second. Or Kerfuse. I don't know. Animalia. Probably gonna start falling over anytime soon. Oops. Well, do you fall over when you're tired? I can't remember. Oops. Keep bumping into the barriers. There we are. No more sprinting. So weird too that that message was delivered in tooltips. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it since I've literally never seen something like that before. I've never seen anyone talk about that, but maybe it's related to that weird thing that has that one Arkham plush. I don't know. Like I said, I refuse to go to a wiki for that. I think if I edit this, I'll just leave in this part, put Benny Hill over it while I run around. No, probably not, but it'd be funny. Ignore that. Pine cone. Probably done a whole map. think I'm gonna have to call it quits here. Both in the game and in real life. I didn't find much except, you know, a few things I actually knew were there. I'm just gonna have to assume it's something. And of course, I've got the sleep demon on me now. I can feel it trying to tug me towards it, but I see the fence. So, since this is too heavy for me to pocket, I'll just put it there and let whatever take me, take me. Here. I'll stand away for the fence, so that way it doesn't count me as sleeping. Ugh. Jump scare soon. I think so, at least. No jump scare. No. What the fuck? Creature. Okay, I did that one. Just gonna let my character sleep as long as it allows me. Fuck. Oh. God damn, I really do think I fucked up my ankle. Cause that shit hurts. Okay. Save that. Well, thank you for watching if you made it this far. I am so tired. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning.